काठा पारे, जहाँ दूध की नदियाँ बहे। मेरो गाँव काठा पारे, जहाँ दूध की नदियाँ बहे, जहाँ कोयल कुकू गाए, मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना, वो मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना। मेरो गाँव काठा पारे, जहाँ दूध की नदियाँ बहे, जहाँ कोयल कुकू गाए, मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना, ओ मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना। मृत्यु देखो तेरी बात, दिन ना बीते ना ही रात, कोनी कहूँ दिल की बात, मैं तो थकी रे। ना मैं गैया नवा जाऊँ, ना मैं पानी भरवा जाऊँ, ना मैं सुख चल पाऊँ, मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना, ओ मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना। मारे कामड़ लीला लेर, जहाँ नाचे मोरल बेल, जहाँ दूध गिरे लमचेल, जहाँ बड़ी टोली भैया, माधुरी जैसी गैया। आओ रे, आओ रे मारे गाँव, सबको प्यारो मारो धाम, याद रखियो मेरो शाम, मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना, ओ मारे घर अंगना ना भूलो ना। कभी रुकना मारे गाँव, ओ परदेसिया, ओ परदेसिया, ओ परदेसिया, ओ परदेसिया।
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Shivansh Mishra at the communications function at IRMA, and it is my pleasure to welcome you all to Vriddhi 2025, the inaugural IRMA-HR Summit. The summit, with its theme of changing dynamics of human capital in Bharat, aims to answer some of the most pertinent and interesting questions around human capital and human resources that our country, Bharat, faces today. And to have these discussions, we have some of the topmost HR professionals gracing us with their presence today. On behalf of IRMA, I extend my warmest welcome to all our dignitaries and panelists, and my regards to all of you. May we please welcome them with a huge round of applause. I now request Dr. Minesh Shah, Chairman IRMA, and Dr. Umakant Dash, Director IRMA, to kindly welcome our keynote speaker, Shri Amulya Shah, and please join him on the stage. Actually, that is the indication. They can recognize. Thank you. I now request Chairman Dr. Minesh Shah to extend a floral welcome to Shri Amulya Shah. Thank you, sir. I now welcome Dr. Dhansham Mahavadi, convener of Vriddhi, to the dais.
Good morning, esteemed panelists, members of the press, participants from both the batches of PGDM RM. I warmly welcome you all to the inaugural Vriddhi, the IRMA-HR conclave. This is a distinct honor to have you all here at Institute of Rural Management Anand, a place that embodies our commitment to rural development and management excellence. We are truly delighted to have you all join us today here. A special welcome to our distinguished panels who have generously agreed to share their valuable insights and expertise at a very short notice, to be very honest. So thank you very much for being here. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Minesh Shah, Chairman IRMA, and Dr. Umakant Dash, Director IRMA, for gracing this inaugural event with their presence. Their support and guidance have been instrumental in making this conclave a reality. I am Dr. Dhansham, a faculty member in POM and QT area, which is Production Operations Management and Quantitative Techniques area. In my administrative capacity, I am the Associate Dean for Placements and Internships, and I am privileged and honored to convene this significant event, the inaugural version of this. A bit about IRMA. IRMA is a pioneering institution in rural management established in 1979 by Dr. Varghese Kurian. We offer unique postgraduate diploma in management, which is rural management, and a fellow program in management, rural management. Our curriculum blends general management principles with a strong focus on rural development. A key differentiator of our flagship PGDM-RM program is our rigorous 8-week village field segment program, which is known as VFS, which provides our students with invaluable first-hand experience of the rural landscape and its challenges. This, coupled with specializations across all functional areas of management, equips our graduates with a holistic understanding. What truly distinguishes IRMANs is their ability to navigate the complexities of both urban and rural markets. Our curriculum is designed to create professional managers who thrive in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities, the heart of India's bargaining market. Our graduates understand the nuances of consumer behavior in these regions while simultaneously possessing the skills to contribute meaningfully to any corporate setting. This unique combination has led many IRMAN alumni to occupy leadership positions across various industries, government and policy-making bodies. We are proud of our highly qualified faculty, robust training and consulting services, and a network of approximately 150 recruitment partners. Our partners span a wide range of sectors including BFSI, cooperatives, agribusiness, consumer durables, corporate social responsibility, which is CSR, and social business, consulting, pharmaceuticals, and health. This wide array of sectors provides our participants with numerous opportunities to explore various career paths and find the right fit for their skills and interests. IRMA continuously strives to provide responsible professional managers and leaders for the nation, and our commitment to learning and development extends far beyond our academic program. We seek to achieve this endeavor through continuous engagement with industry as knowledge partners for training and development as well as consulting. Through our Executive Training and Development Center, we have trained over 31,000 participants from more than 800 organizations since our inception. This rich legacy includes delivering curated programs for government agencies, multilateral organizations, and corporations with a presence in rural areas. Our participants span a wide spectrum from grassroots workers to bureaucrats and elected representatives. We have even hosted global participants from cooperatives and supported the development of leadership pipelines through various initiatives. Our approach goes beyond traditional classroom learning. We strive to connect participants with real-world challenges through immersive experiences and indigenous simulations, such as one of our renowned Naranpur Express program, fostering a deeper understanding about rural development issues. Building on this legacy of excellence, we are thrilled to host this inaugural version of Vriddhi, the IRMA-HR Summit 2025. Vriddhi in Sanskrit means growth, increase or prosperity, which signifies the development and advancement of human capital. It has been conceptualized as a platform for bringing together industry leaders to share their insights and experiences regarding the evolving industry and HR practices therein. With reference to evolving dynamics of work and future work profiles, we stand at a critical juncture. India's economic growth requires a skilled and engaged workforce, yet we face persistent challenges in talent acquisition, retention and development, particularly with respect to the rural areas. This summit offers a platform to explore innovative solutions, fostering dialogue and collaboration to address these critical issues and build a more resilient and productive workforce for Bharat. This inaugural summit, themed Changing Dynamics of Human Capital in Bharat, aims to explore the evolving role of HR in today's dynamic business environment. We are incredibly fortunate to have Shri Amulya Shah, Senior VP and CHRO of Invest India, delivering our keynote address on the future of work with reference to the specific theme of the event. Following this, we have three insightful panel discussions: the future of work, managing and building efficient teams through effective HR systems, and learning and development outlook for social purpose organizations and collectives. Each panel will present a unique narrative on navigating the complexities of HR in today's evolving environment, focusing on the integration of technology and the development of resilience workforces. Our panelists represent a wealth of experience and expertise from diverse organizations, and I would like to take a moment to acknowledge their presence. It's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Manish Mishra from Piramal Foundation, Mr. Binny Dawson, Global Head for People Development from ETG World, Mr. Jay Narayanan, General Manager HR, CSR and R&R from NTPC Limited, Mr. Mayuk Maiti, who is on the way. He is the Head of Human Resources for Retail Finances in Tata Capital. Ms. Kiran Singh, Senior Head for Human Resources from Mother Dairy. Ms. Preeti Jain, again she is on the way, she will be joining us shortly. She is a Senior HR Professional. Mr. Akshans Kochar, Chief Mentor and GM New Initiatives from Banas Dairy. Mr. Senthil Rajan, Director of Deloitte, and Mr. Mandeep Ahuja, Director from PwC India. The summit shall follow a logical flow of 3 panel discussions of 75 minutes each, moderated by our faculty colleagues, Professor Rahul Kamble, Professor Sushanta Sharma, and Professor Satyendra Pandey. The panel flow has been designed to allow ample time for discussion. We are confident that this will be a stimulating and productive exchange of ideas. I urge you, the esteemed delegates, to actively engage with our participants and share your invaluable wisdom with them. I encourage all the participants to make the most of this particular opportunity to network, learn, and contribute to the lively discussions planned for today. I am confident that the day would be instrumental in creating a collaborative learning culture between IRMA and industry. Last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the relentless efforts of our core team comprising Professor Satyendra Pandey, the co-convener, event managers Mr. Parimal Anand, Mr. Shivansh Mishra, Mr. Prem Kumar, and the work of our core committee members and volunteers who have made this event possible. I would like to now invite Dr. Umakant Das, Director IRMA, to officially welcome our panelists with a welcome address. Thank you, and let's embark on a day filled with enlightening conversations and transformative insights. Thank you.
Sri Amulya Sir, respected keynote speaker for today's convention, Dr. Minesh, Chairman IRMA, members of IRMA Society and Board present here, and members of the press, my dear faculty members and dear participants of IRMA's academic programs, and all those who are present virtually, and the experts and dignitaries sitting on the dais. I must congratulate at the outset to the core team and the PRM 4445 for making it happen. So though we were planning to have a conclave for a couple of years, so finally it could be able to bear its fruit. So it's of course, it's my pleasure to welcome you all to Vriddhi, the IRMA's inaugural HR Summit 2025, where the focus of this being changing dynamics of human capital in Bharat. And I believe that IRMA is the best example of the recognition of the importance of human capital. IRMA's founder chairman, Dr. Varghese Kurian, who is well known as the milkman or the father of White Revolution, was not only of course he was recognized the importance of the HR, particularly when it comes to the transformation of the rural economy, and leading from the front the institutions which are working for the vulnerable section of the society, the rural economy. So this not only required those days for sustaining the White Revolution, but definitely today we feel how important the HR or the institutions which are running for the rural people, so the farmer-centric and human-centric. IRMA took shape under the watchful eyes of Dr. Varghese Kurian and people like Ravi J. Mathai, many learned academicians during in the inception years. It was supported by NDDB, the Government of India, the Government of Gujarat, the Swiss Development Corporation, and many other prominent organizations. As we shift towards improving the holistic welfare of our rural population, there is definitely a pressing need more than ever to understand how human resources in rural India must evolve to meet the challenges of a transforming Bharat or Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Honorable Prime Minister's vision of doubling farmers' income encapsulates the broader need of the uplift rural Indian economically and socially. However, this vision cannot be achieved without addressing the most critical element, that is the human capital in the rural areas. Skilled rural workforce development is pivotal in this process, not only for agriculture but for the broader rural economy. The very purpose of organizing this kind of conclave is to bring people from the industry, experts from academia, and the participants to deliberate, understand the cutting-edge HR practices, and how these HR practices are going to be used for the development of not only the organizations, but also overall economy of the country. And in this particular context, therefore, this is not only very timely, but relevant for an organization like IRMA. So it's a premier institution dedicated for rural management. IRMA has long recognized the importance of cultivating leadership with a social conscience. Our participants equipped with skills in rural management step into an environment where they can help bridge the gap between the aspirational rural population with the urban practices. The testament to this commitment is over 5,000 alumni change makers that are present across the sector and across the country, and who are making the institute proud. One of the greatest challenges in rural Bharat today is the lack of skilled manpower. In this context, it is essential to organizations to invest in training and skill building initiative to ensure that the workforce is aligned with the needs of the 21st century. So when we are talking about chat GPT, AI, ML, so we have to therefore equip our manpower to not only use these techniques, but also help people understand the techniques so that the diversity is going to be minimized and the gap is going to be filled. The divide between rural aspiration and the traditional urban-driven workforce model is an issue we need to address. Organizations must create strategies that tap into the local workforce, understanding the unique needs of Bharat while ensuring growth and development of the economy. So what is the need of the day is the balanced growth. Policy measures and corporate interventions must work in tandem to create a more inclusive growth model. Partnership between the government, academic institutions, and industries must be fostered to ensure that human capital development reaches even the most remote corner of the Bharat. With the urban migration continuing to rise, it's important that rural areas not only provide sustainable livelihoods, but also competitive employment opportunities in the rural economy. This can help curb the trend of out-migration, which further depletes the rural labor force and instead create vibrant and local economies. Finally, human resource practices must be reimagined for rural India. These practices must be rooted in the culture, economic and social context of Bharat to succeed. I'm sure today's deliberations are going to help us to understand it better and unpack the challenges that we are facing today so that we can face or transform our labor force requirement to meet the needs of 2047 dream of becoming a developed economy. In conclusion, the changes before us is clear. To transform the Bharat, we must not only invest in physical infrastructure, but also in human capital. Today's panel discussions will shed light on how we can build sustainable and skilled human capital to drive this transformation forward. We are fortunate to have with us today the keynote speaker, Amulya Shah, Senior Vice President and CHRO in West India. In spite of his busy schedule, he could be able to find some time for us. I sincerely welcome you, sir, to IRMA, and I'm sure your address is going to influence, inspire, and give direction to our students, and the students are going to be benefited from your experience. With this, I now request Dr. Minesa, Chairman IRMA, to share a few words with his thought and give a direction to this conclave. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Sri Amulya Shah, Dr. Umakant Das, Director IRMA, all the HR experts who have, who are either the part of panel discussions or who are invited here to contribute, dear faculty members and students. I was not sure, first of all, whether I'll be able to participate, but I now feel that it was good that I could make it and being present here. It's very, very important, I think, initiative which IRMA has taken. I'm not the HR expert. So you have somebody who will, give the keynote address and all the jargons what you want to hear about HR. I hope he will fulfill all your needs, followed by the panel discussions. But having involved in, some of the key policy decisions which are being made at the government level, in the capacity of Chairman of National Dairy Development Board, Chairman of Mother Dairy, Chairman of New Organic Cooperative which is formed, NCOL, and Chairman of IRMA, of course. So I have been involved and discussing various things which we are now discussing, and you have also learned. The first thing which comes into, I think you will be reading, is how can India further grow from here, from 5th largest to 3rd largest economy. Now, we all know that after the independence, we have progressed well. Our rural population, maybe, or people who are dependent on the rural economy, is constantly reducing, but still you will have to accept that there are 60% of us who are actually live in the rural area, who derived their income, mainly from the rural area. Now that if India has to grow from 5th largest to 3rd largest, we all say that by 2030 or maybe before, 2027, 2028, we should be 3rd largest economy in the world. Everybody has a consensus agreement that it can't be achieved unless we take the rural people, 60% of our population also, in this growth journey. And that is one perspective which is very, very important and very crucial for the institutes like IRMA. And also when we discuss the HR aspects, for the institutes, particularly, who are making the rural managers. The second thing which we are, I think, which is very important to, discuss, and I think the way government is focusing is expanding the coverage of cooperatives. I think which is also linked with the first point which I made, that if India has to grow from here, we'll have to take rural people together. And cooperative, I think, perhaps is the best vehicle. If we have to involve them in the mainstream economy, if we have to see that they also contribute to this growth journey, I think there is no other example than involving them into cooperative in whichever commodity they are working, they are comfortable. And to do that, I think Anand has given the best successful model. Dairy cooperatives has been, over the last 6 decades, is the best example that how we can involve the rural people, how we can develop a model on cooperative strategy, which can, which can grow. You have seen now Amul's turnover is almost 70,000 crore. If you take all the cooperatives which are nurtured and promoted by an NDDB, which are in the dairy field, now we are every day passing more than 300 crore rupees to farmers in the rural areas, all cooperatives together. So this is the best example, and my point is, why can't we expand these to other commodities? I think milk is very, very perishable as compared to any other fruits or vegetables or any other product, agriculture product you take. And if we are successful in milk, even if the commodity is very perishable, you will have to handle within few hours and process it in order you can make good products for the consumer. I think time has come that we see same model replicated with some changes, of course, for the other agriculture commodities. And believe me, the work is in these lines. We are extensively working on all the agriculture commodities with two large domains, organic domains, non-organic domains. We have Mother Dairy, for example, who is selling fruits and vegetables in Delhi and around in NCR under its Safal brand. We are now trying to expand it further, get the farmers who are growing fruit and vegetables into cooperative fold and start marketing those products as well. We have, as I told, we have set up a new cooperative. Actually, it's a multi-state cooperative set up by Government of India. So the intent is, I think you can realize from the intention that the Cabinet of Government of India has, passed the resolution to set up the 3 cooperatives, and one of them is on the organic agriculture products. It is promoted by NDDB. NDDB is the chief promoter, and it is working on the other domain. So all the agriculture, organic crops, right from the farmer level to the consumer level, will be handled by that cooperative, and all the non-organic domain will be handled like the Sapal brand or any other cooperative who will wish to come. The same example is for edible oil. NDDB tried a model. We reached some stage of self-sufficiency even in the edible oil. But somehow the policies and some problems and the cheaper oil imports, I think we are now almost importing 55 or 60% of our requirement. Can we have a similar model, cooperative model for the edible oil, right from the farmer to consumer? And Dara is, of course, Mother Dairy's brand. We have been working. But then the need is to involve farmers, involve the rural sectors, and take it to the consumers so that we become self-sufficient. These are just few examples. But then the point which I want to say is that the rural sector has to get involved in the growth for our country. The corporates have done their job. Now if we have to grow from here, there is no other alternative than to involve the rural people. Cooperatives is thus the best successful model if we have to involve them. 2 or 3 things which I am looking at if we have to do this is first addressing the skill gap. I think institutes like IRMA is focusing on the specific skills what you need for taking care of the rural managers which we need to involve all these people into the mainstream economy. The second thing which I looked at, I think to be discussed, is the training and retraining. I think we will need to, for all the stakeholders in the value chain, we'll have to think of training, retraining whenever is required so that they remain focused and the institutes are able to remain viable and sustainable over a long period. And third thing is, I think, producing good leaders. Because if cooperatives have to succeed, one of the critical success factor is the combination of leader and professional. We have seen Dr. Kurian and Sri Bhuvandas Bhai Patel. So if you just take one person out from the 2, we could not have achieved the success what we have achieved in the dairy cooperatives. So I think these are 3 points which I am putting from my whatever little understanding I have. Thank you so much for inviting me and also being part of these discussions which will go on for the day. From the IRMA board, I wish to convey that whatever decisions and deliberations which are made during the day-long the summit today, we will definitely take them to the board and take whatever corrective actions required in functioning of the IRMA. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our keynote speaker, Mr. Shah, to please take over.
Thank you. So I thought I had to start on my own. So just I kept waiting. Okay. Good morning. Kem cho? Jai Shri Krishna and I think Jai Jinendra, right? So that's the influence when you get when you watch Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma with your kids when they're small and we're land up in Gujarat. Right? So I'm very, very privileged and honored to be here at IRMA today. And it seems like heaven. Anybody coming from Delhi? Pollution? 30 minutes walk in the morning in your campus and you can breathe and you can become at least 2-3 years younger than what you were yesterday. I'm very thankful to the management, to the chairman and of course director sir and Mr. Parimal and all the members who got me here. This place eluded me for almost like 27 years. I did not come to IRMA in my past 27 years of my professional journey. I have been to IIM Ahmedabad, the IRMA, but as God wanted me to, there was a meeting fixed yesterday at Ahmedabad, and as soon as the meeting was fixed and my tickets booked, I got a pop-up mail saying that, can you come to IRMA? And I said, I think God wants me to be here, and I postponed my ticket, and I thought I'll come and spend. So 2 compliments. One, of course, you have a beautiful campus, and are you disciplined like this every time? Because I visit a lot of colleges, including IIMs and IITs, but I have never seen people on time, lovely dressed and impeccably dressed, and of course, so silent. So only because chairman and directors are on the dais, or so a big compliment for that, and you can clap for yourself. So and also proud to be in this first inaugural session of Vriddhi. So whenever you participate as a participant or a speaker, you know that there'll be Vriddhi in your own wisdom, because there are esteemed panelists from whom you learn and all the panel discussion that happens, and that keeps you going as a professional and as a person, right? So when I was reading the topic, Changing Dynamics of Human Capital in Bharat, and I think I'm in the right organization. So after 25 years of my professional career in corporate, 10 years HCL, India, abroad, and 4 years Birlasoft, 8 years Samsung, 4 years in Indian IT company called Team Computers, I finally decided no longer I want to work in corporate, and then I joined this company, organization called Invest India, which is part of Ministry of Commerce, and the only mandate of Invest India is to bring investments to India so that we become Viksit Bharat by 2047. So I'm sure all those people who are here will be there to see that day. Again, we were not there in 1947, but at least we'll be there at 2047, where we can announce that we are a developed country. So we'll be all around celebrating that. So 2 things came into my mind, of course. One was the Changing World Order book by Ray Dalio. If anybody has read that, how empires have risen and fallen and how economies have risen and fallen over the years. And if you read that, you'll understand that India is shining, and this is the time for India. And as our Honorable Prime Minister would say, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. And you are at the right time. So don't regret that you have to go abroad and do this. So you are in the right space, right place, and right institute. So I was there abroad, but I came back to India. I think this is the place to be for next at least 2 to 3 decades. You believe in this? Or there are some still people who want to go abroad. Okay, so you can see what is happening. Don't go to LA at least. Okay. And then, of course, an old book by Charles Dickens, The Tale of Two Cities. And that's where the dichotomy lies of our India as well, which talks about the best of the times and worst of the times, right? So the best of the times, you can see what is happening to the country and how we are progressing. So we are 5th, we'll be very soon 3rd. So by 2030 or by 2031, the way we are growing will be there. Very, very soon we'll be there. But yet you can see what is the gap which is happening. We are talking about urban and rural, and we ignored the rural population all along since, I think, the independence. But last 10 years, 15 years, there always been an attempt, an honest attempt to bridge that gap, and this action from the government, from private, from organizations, all working towards that. And you can see a lot of people moving back to their roots and they're doing. So limitless possibilities if you see that way. But still, there are a lot of gaps that we have to bridge in next 5 to 10 years, maybe a decade or so, to bring the rural people, rural economy, and enable them to do their best. Because if we ignore two parts of our ecosystem, one of course is the rural people and their whatever they are doing, agriculture, etc., and the other one is the female. Okay, so there'll be huge number of females who will be entering our workforce, and same is true for the rural areas that will come up. I have some data to support that. If we ignore that, I think we'll not be achieving what we want to achieve in the next 5 years or a decade or by 2047. So if you talk about what things can change, the dynamics of human capital in the new Bharat or the Viksit Bharat, the first, of course, comes to my mind is the evolving paradigm of transformation. How the agriculture and agriculture base and the products can be brought to the mainstream. So there are a lot of work going on in cold chain, as you know. There are a lot of wastages which happens of the agriculture product, and there are cooperatives like, of course, we have known that what Dr. Varghese Kurian has done, that's always etched in mind and will go to the eternity. But there's a lot of work which has to be done to bring those products and those farmers in the mainstream so that we all are benefited as we go along, right? And of course, Honorable Prime Minister with all his members, I was amazed, I can tell you, from corporate for 25 years and now to a quasi-government, I get to meet ministers, I get to meet officers. They work very hard. They are actually working very, very hard, and some of the ministers you all know, and the transformation that we have seen. And they are all working towards that, and it's now time for the organization, the private institutions, and all the other bodies to chug along with the government and see that the dreams that we are looking forward to in 2047 actually comes in fruition, right? And we all have a part to play. The biggest worry about that is how do we bridge the skill gap, right? That's what we are talking about. So some data. So as you know, India has the second largest workforce in the world after China, right? We are ranked 116th out of 174 countries in Human Capital Index. And according to World Bank, there's a study that investing in human capital is the most important, significant, long-term investment a country can make for its future prosperity and people's well-being. So we all understand that, but how we have to come and how we have to implement is a bigger question. So where is the worry? Everybody talks about, yes, we have so many colleges, so many institutes, 1.5 million engineers being produced and some 700,000 MBAs and rest of ITIs and all. But still, the organizations or the corporates are facing skill gaps. 49%, only 49% of the people who graduate or do post-graduation or engineering are employable. Only 49. And that's a big worry. How do we skill them is something that we have to look at, right? A study by NASSCOM sometimes back, they said that 65% of the people who are working currently, they need reskilling. 65. They need reskilling. They're still in that old world, archaic stuff, and they're not moving. And whenever you talk about them, AI or ML or whatever VRs and new things that are coming, they'll say our jobs will go. Because they are not putting in, or the organization are not putting in that kind of effort. Only 35% on their own, or because the efforts of the organizations, they are skilling themselves. And those who are skilling are benefiting. You all know that, right? There is a huge gap in terms of healthcare, nurses and doctors, etc., which are required. And India being India with such a big population, internal consumption, economic growth rate, etc., we are poised that if all these things are taken care of, we'll be moving as fast as China or even more in next 1 or 2 decades. But how do we have to make it plausible is something that we have to look at, right? So we have to look at how we are going to do some skilling. In this dynamics of going towards Viksit Bharat, the third important thing that I looked at, of course, was How do we integrate local talent with sustainable growth? So you know the urban unemployment rate in rural and urban areas are too huge, too huge. And in rural areas you have ghost employment, they're not into agriculture, we are not capturing well as well, right? What are those strategies that the government has to make? What are those strategies that organization at rural areas who are working, the dairies and the other agricultural based companies, how do they integrate and see that they come under the mainstream, the youth are trained well, they're skilled well, and they are employed, so that we move very, very fast. The fourth important thing which I think which connects to this topic is the human development strategy. So let's look at what are some of the things government has been doing in the past. So you must have heard about Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. We have NSDC who's playing a big role. We have capability building CBC, which is headed by Zainul Bhai. He's an ex-McKinsey who's working very closely with PMO. We have IGOT, on which all the trainings for government employees and other people who have been put there for skilling and reskilling and upskilling of our people. But there are many, many new areas where government has come up with schemes like craftsman training scheme, CTS as they call, vocational trainings. We have NAPS, which is the National Apprenticeship Promotion Schemes. We also have policies which have been put in place like the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and Right to Education Act, which was not as powerful as it could have been. We also have Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan. Atal Innovation Mission, I think it has touched most of the institutes, and we can see labs and labs in most of the institutes and engineering colleges and MBA colleges. Apart from the skilling part, we also have to look at how do we get the females in the mainstream. So that's why the Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao scheme has been very popular. Also the health schemes that we know about of Ayushman Bharat that is touching in a big way that we are looking at, which can help us in the total development of the country by 2047. So we cannot look at only skilling part or only teaching part, only the collaboration part for the development of the country by 2047. So when you talk about the changing dynamics, the fifth point I would like to talk about is how do we leverage technology and innovation? And there are always one news or the other on the reels or maybe on Instagram that you can look at, where people from big companies, they're leaving their corporate jobs, going back to the rural areas, right? And they're getting into production of mushroom, kesar, and you just saw in Mahakumbh the Baba from IT, right? So everybody's trying to go back to their roots and try and link it how we can use, and they're making big money, right? So I am from Bihar, you know about Jhaji Achar? Yeah, so the mother's recipe, but now they have gone global. So it's not about where you are, but what you can do from that place, how you can make inclusive in terms of technology, in terms of the products that we are looking at. And you make millions of money from that place. But still, we are elusive because we want to be in the big cities, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad. So I was just talking with Binny. I have stayed in Delhi, stayed in Bangalore, 8 kilometers, 2 hours. Right, so I'm fortunate in Delhi. I still travel faster, but the pollution kills. So there are people like you, young people who are passing out of IRMA and similar kinds of institutes, and people returning back to their roots and working with very close proximity with the local farmers, local people, local bodies, so that they can bring the best to the market, right? But still, there are a lot of technology which is required in terms of cold chain or looking at how logistics work. But the government is working towards the roads, etc., so that things move faster, right? And fifth, of course, is very important. The last one is that how do PPP work, private and the people and the government, they work together on policy synergies. What are those policies? And government has been very, very vocal about it. They are looking at it. So that's why we see today the Mobile Congress is going on. Yesterday there was Mahakumbh for startups. There's a huge startup ecosystem in India, only the third largest in the world. More than 150,000 startups. So the dream is to have one startup in every district. Every district. That's the dream of our Prime Minister. So 806 odd districts, I believe. So he wants more startups to come from the tier 2, tier 3, and even the rural areas, right? And because technology is there, because connectivity is there, I think everybody can seamlessly onboard that. And in Invest India, we have a cell called Startup India Cell, which promotes, helps these startups wherever they are in India by giving them grants, by giving them loans, so that they can be brought under the. So out of that 150,000 startups, we must be having 100 odd unicorns right now. But the dream is to have at least 1,000 by 2030. At least 1,000 by 2030 unicorns. All right? And there are many babycorns and sunicorns, and of course we'll have these unicorns as well, right? So overall, if you see India, in terms of political stability, in terms of our economic strength, in terms of the reforms which are happening in all the sectors, in terms of how the government is listening to the people, coming up with different events, events to look at all these things. We are shining very, very bright in the world today, right? We are the shining star. Everywhere, if you look at, Europe is almost gone. China is struggling. LATAM always was not there. US has its own problem, and only India is where I think things are happening, things are moving fast, with little ups and downs. And we have a bright star which is there in the world economy that we are looking. Its only thing is that we have to come together, work as one, look at the urban area, look at the farmer, look at the agriculture, how you make them inclusive, how technology can help all these people in the rural areas to utilize those technologies, use those skills in farming so that they can double the product. So if you read about what happens, farmers in US are not poor. Farmers in Europe are not poor. You can see them, their ranches and the way they live. And that's why they live, because the yields are 10-folds, 20-folds, and they have small land, but they are rich. But the other part, when you look at in India, still people are struggling, big land, but still the production are not. But we have seen, we have numerous stories where people are going back, they are farming avocados, maybe strawberries, maybe apples, on very low altitude, and some of the varieties of fruit which was not there in India, maybe the kiwi, the dragon, etc. But still we have to look at the staple diet of how do we look at rice and wheat and other vegetables and fruits that are not wasted but comes fast through the logistics and through whatever technology that we use to the production house, and we utilize them so that the farmers become rich and the economy actually grows. So we have that. I'll only like to say in the end that there's a lot of things to do, and of course you will have a big hand. IRMA has been pioneer in the rural management, but of course many people don't know in the corporate, as I was discussing, that there's an image problem, right sir? That they feel that you are only suited for the rural management or dairy companies, etc. But that's not, because you have much more wider knowledge and experience and exposure that you do in VFS and etc., which makes you even better managers and bigger analyst and thinker when you go to the corporate that way, right? But too many things to do, and everybody has to prepare and be part of that. And by coming to Invest India, that's how I thought I'll be giving back to the society, giving back to the country, that I work with the government and give it back to them. So keeping my professional corporate growth and salaries, etc. at bay, and say, okay, next 5 years or whatever I can spend to do that, so that we can all see together 2047 and we come to know as a developed country. But as they say, woods are lovely, dark and deep, but we have miles to go before we sleep. And of course, all the managers will pass out this year, next year, and next 5 years will have huge responsibility on their shoulders
to carry forward for our country, which is Bharat, right? So I'll end by saying that when I go back home, only I think one song will reverberate in my mind, which I had seen long back in a black and white TV, Shyam Benegal's Manthan, right? Ki maru ghar anganana bhulo na. So thank you, and once again, congratulations to the team who is organizing this first inaugural Vriddhi. We'll be participating in the discussions, 3 panel discussions, which I'm sure will bring you a lot of more insights to what we are looking at in terms of the human capital in Bharat by 2047. Thank you once again, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for this address. I now request Dr. Minesh Shah to please felicitate our keynote speaker. Thank you. We will now take a short break of 20 minutes. We will reconvene at 10:20 a.m. Tea for the guests and dignitaries is served next to the Carillon chimes, while for the participants it is served outside the auditorium. I request the participants to exit through the rear entrances and our guests and dignitaries to exit through the side entrances. We will reconvene at 10:20 a.m. Thank you so much. This conclave will host 3 very interesting panel discussions today. To initiate the first one on the theme of future of work, I invite the moderator of the panel, our venue, Professor Rahul Kamble, Assistant Professor, IRMA, who works in the OBHR area. Sir. I will now request the panelists to please come on the stage and also request them to please occupy the seats against their names. We'll start with Mr. Amulya Shah, Senior VP and CHRO in West India. Ms. Kiran Singh, Head Human Resources, Mother Dairy. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Amulya Shah, Senior VP and CHRO in West India. Welcome, sir. Mr. Mayuk Maiti, Head Human Resources, Retail Finance, Tata Capital. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Binny I. Dawson, Global Head, People Development, ETG. Welcome, sir. Please, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. First, a very warm welcome. Yeah, and good morning to all. This is our first panel session, and we will be, discussing future of work. Yeah. So this particular concept, has been introduced. Yeah, from various perspectives, and there have been various understandings. Yeah, and there are many specific stalwarts within the HR, yeah, who have specifically, laid down their understanding towards this. So when we are, talking about future work, yeah, and alongside we also have the 4th, industrial revolution, coming in or pitching in, yeah, whether it's India or it's global, yeah. So how do you think that the Indian INCs, yeah, the Indian corporations, how are they adapting to the challenge which has been specifically posed by the 4th industrial revolution, yeah, that too in terms of the specific prerequisite workforce skills, yeah, and the disruptive technology which is also being introduced. So how do you integrate, all this and bring in a harmony, yeah, within the company? Maybe I can start with Kiran, if you could please.
No, mic is not here. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Esteemed faculty members and co-panelists and all the dear students. Okay. So firstly, I would like to thank IRMA for giving me this opportunity to be here in this inaugural HR conclave Vriddhi. Okay. So I'll share, right? So I'll just, right? So I'll just dwell little deeper into this. How has, I mean, you all probably are millennials, and most of us sitting here would be Gen X.
By birth, but...
And loyalty. Whereas your generation, it is saying, I want value and purpose-driven work. You don't mind hopping, but you want technology. We migrated from another priority to work than our personal life. Whereas this generation talks of detox, tech detox, me time, or personal well-being and mental health. Learning, we were more of structured learning, formal training, whereas you guys want technology, webinars, micro-learning. Similarly, we respected authority. And you say, I question authority. Huh? Diversity, we adapted to diversity, and we were a little less inclusive, but you see it as a value, and you embrace diversity. Work preference, cabin was a status symbol for us, whereas you work in a co-working space, and you want a collaborative workplace. Financial perspective, pension, PF, retirals, they were our buzzwords, that we have to plan for a future. Whereas this generation says, I want to be an entrepreneur. I want my financial independence. So this is how the environment has changed. So the expectation from work was different in your generation and in our generation. But one thing is very clear. That with AI, automation, machine learning, all these things can never replace the human-centric approach. So Dr. Rahul talked about Industrial Revolution 4.0, which talked only about automation. But it is never the machine. It is always the man behind the machine, right? And that feeling of patriotism cannot be replaced by a machine or an AI. Another example is health sector. So health sector, which doctor we go to when we are sick? जो बातें अच्छी करता है, जिससे बात करके ही आधी मर्ज दूर हो जाती है, right? So AI can give precision or what diagnostic or what path to follow, but it is a doctor who will use that sense to, you all know that we are essential services. We work 24/7. And during COVID times, our people were there in plants, in the market. And that is the time we did maximum business, not for profit. The intent was to serve the consumer because everyone had declined to serve the consumer. And that is the time our people were up there in the market and they didn't care for their lives. This to support us, to give us, to help us. It's a tool to give us precision, data. But the human creativity, resilience will always make the difference.
Right. The first was born on January 1st. So when they told me that yes, you can participate in the first panel and the moderator is Rahul, तो मैंने बोला हाँ नाम तो सुना है. So थोड़ा comfortable हो गया. फिर अभी किरण मैम ने आप लोगों को गुड मॉर्निंग बोला, बड़ा जोर से आपने गुड मॉर्निंग बोला, क्यों? बिकॉज शी कम्स टू हायर यू. जब मैंने बोला था तो बहुत आधा लोगों ने गुड मॉर्निंग बोला था. इट्स ओके, आई विल नॉट टेक इट टू माय हार्ट, बट यू नो, gatherers to more when fire was discovered, then agriculture was discovered, people changed, reskilled, skilled, and there were more opportunities, changed, reskilled, skilled, and there were more opportunities for people who could adapt, who could change. So why do you worry? The only worry is if you have become stagnant. The only worry is if you become obsolete. So all this technology, as rightly said by Kiran, is only going to aid and enable what we want to do. What we want to do. There will always be people behind, whether it is AI or ML or analytics, who are deeply engrossed. But then there's a gentleman who talks about 90 hours of work. Deeply engrossed. But then there's a gentleman who talks about 90 hours of work. Right? You have to balance. And it can be a need where we have to put in 60 hours to balance. And it can be a need where we have to put in 60 hours, 70 hours, and we are talking 60 hours, 70 hours, and we are talking about one of the professors who's talking about level B at the remotest bit, but still creating employment. Because the biggest problem that is we are, but still creating employment. Because the biggest problem that is we are going to face in next 5 years or 10 years is employment. Okay, so I'll just rest it, and maybe years or 10 years is employment. Okay, so I'll just rest it and maybe ask you and Binny to add more.
Good morning to all of you. I think
You also come to hire?
the first time we have come to hire. The first time we have come to hire. No, ma'am and sir has basically covered everything that I had to say. So those sentiments. When, for example, take this example of when there was a time when there were no mobile phones, right? तो हम लोग को वो छोटा-छोटा बुक, आप लोग देखे नहीं हो, हम लोग देखे हैं, हम लोग एक छोटा बुक रखते थे, उसमें फोन नंबर्स, नेम एंड फोन नंबर्स लिख के रखते थे, right? And directory. And then what happened when the phones came? You started feeding in, so you didn't have to remember those numbers, right? So the philosophy is the same. It's only a magnitude of that order which keeps on changing. So the expectation is that this transformation that we are talking about, the future of work, is that technologists, managers, whoever comes into the workforce in whatever capacity, they need to understand how do I make the technology work for me rather than me becoming a slave of the technology. I'll give you an example. For example, earlier, you go to a territory and go to do sales. You'll dumbly reach out to people. किसी ने तो आपको बोल देगा ये लिस्ट है, आप जाके बेच के ये साबुन बेच के ये फाइनेंशियल सर्विस बेच के ये बेचेंगे, कुछ भी बेचेंगे. Now with the help of AI, with the help of some predictive tools, what we can do is you can figure out, is this the right list to reach out to? Is there a bigger list that I can reach out to? Can I make my sales effort much more effective than what is being done today? So those are the helps. So the technology helps you. If you can be innovative, if you can understand what goes behind this technology, what is the fundamental reason that the technology can be used, then you can create a world of difference. However, if you still continue to do what is you are being told to do, then you have become a slave of the tool. Right? And please remember, most of the AI algos, right, are being written by people like you and me. When we create algos, we bring in our own biases, right? We bring in our own predicaments, our own legacy data. Majority of the AI algos are based on legacy data, right? Now, legacy data has happened at a point in time when it had a particular environment, at a particular scale. Does that still hold good for the future? Right? So these are the things that each one of us need to think when you're using a tool. And if you are intelligent enough to use it, and that is why we come to places like IRMA, hoping that people who come from here will be intelligent enough to question and challenge those paradigms, that is when you start making a difference. Yeah?
Are you
Is too curious. You are too curious most of the times, and you get depressed also very fast. Okay? you have to get out of it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm guessing it must be circulating in all the MBA colleges about Harvard not being able to place 23% of its population, right? So I'm guessing it's a mix of curiosity and apprehension. And I was talking to a few students yesterday. I'm going to ask the same question to all of you. I'm not sure if you're from an India where there is still power cuts. Did you experience power cuts during your childhood? Yes. What do you do when there's a power cut? Phone.
Answers?
Loudly, loudly. Candles, anything else? Sorry?
Lantern.
Lantern, okay. Anything else? There's one thing that most Indians do. They go out and do something.
Yes. Sorry? Gossips.
No. There's one thing that we do outside the house.
Outside?
House. What do we check with our neighbors? And if there is no power, what do you feel? So this anxiety that you may be feeling is a universal anxiety. So ETG is based in about 50 countries. Wherever I go, I see this anxiety is universal, be it universities, what's the world going to be in the future? Because in India, as an example, 45 is becoming the new 55. People are finding it hard to get a job even with 20 years of experience. And for youngsters, it's a different predicament, right? So the anxiety is true for everybody, and I also like reading a lot of reports quite similar to you. I instantly read the World Economic Forum report on future of work, the BCG report on what are the future skills and all of that. But what you'll see is, while AI is the reality, if you watch Marvel's Avengers, Thanos says, I am inevitable. AI is inevitable. It is going to displace jobs. Unfortunately, what's happening is it's happening at a speed that no one anticipated. You suddenly saw Mark Zuckerberg saying that he's going to replace middle management of programmers with AI. Then came Satya Nadella, who's also talking about the same thing. Everyone does predict that there will be more jobs. I was thinking about how do I relate it with Amul as well, or let's say chocolates has, at some point in time used to be a luxury. And then maybe the people who are artisan chocolate makers, they would have feared machines coming in because they would say that now machines will do it, our jobs will go away. But if you notice what it did is it created chocolate for everybody. And if you look at the number of job opportunities in that space has increased significantly. So while there is job displacement and while there is going to be a dip, I feel eventually, because India's population is big, India's economy is growing, eventually when the dust settles, everyone will get job opportunities. And that's what the World Economic Forum report also talks about. It says there is inevitable job displacement, but after that it's going to create more jobs because there is chaos right now. Everyone's trying to figure it out. Students are trying to figure it out. Corporates are trying to figure it out. Everyone's trying to test different technology. There are a lot of snake oil sellers. They come up with any tool these days. If you add the tag AI, then it becomes a bit fancy. So everyone is curious to know what's the next step, right? So I feel you will eventually figure it out. From the World Economic Forum report, in terms of skills, because the question is also around skills, I feel one skill that is going to be necessary would be digital literacy. Yep. And that's not just for you. If you're able to help leaders, let's say if you go into an organization, there are a lot of people who don't understand technology well enough. And if you're able to become that segue or the conduit to help them understand technology and bring in best practices, you might be able to do well. And even otherwise, if you look at the rural development space, agriculture space, ETG is heavily in the agriculture space, especially in Africa. We see that there is so many digitalization opportunities. I remember Amulya talking about American farmers. you'll see that farmers are filthy rich in a lot of countries. Indian farmers are not necessarily as rich. They use drone technology, they use a lot of digital tools, they use AI, they use big machinery. There are so many opportunities in India that not every farmer still has. And the only barrier for them is they don't understand, the fear of unknown. Because they don't understand technology, they create a barrier. So if you're able to communicate to them in a manner that they understand, I think everyone will eventually get there. So first one I would say is digital literacy from a technical side. From the softer skill side, how many of you follow NVIDIA's CEO, Jason Huang? Do you remember what he says? I wish you what? He says, I wish you pain. And I don't say it in a bad manner. Experience so many ups and downs. In every possible thing. So Jason Huang talks about, I wish you pain, because resilience is going to be an important skill. And I think India is already preparing you and the world is already preparing you for resilience because there is so much uncertainty right now. So don't look at this as a bad thing. Remember that your neighbor also doesn't have power. And remember, this pain is good. The more pain you experience early in your life, the more you will be able to succeed in the future. You will not be disturbed by the smallest of things. And perhaps, so yeah, those are the two things. And about AI specifically, what I'm seeing in all the research papers, and I was also part of a recent INSEAD program, they showed us a report which spoke about how don't shun AI, but look at AI as rocket boosters. Yeah. I feel that I'm a much better professional when I use AI. I get the speed that others don't have. So the future will not be of people who don't use AI. It will be the people who use AI who will succeed further. So if you're already a technical expert, plus you use AI, you would have a higher probability of success than anybody else. Let's say there is somebody who doesn't use AI but is a very good expert in their field versus you who is, let's say, above average plus AI, you will have rocket boosters. You will be able to go further than anyone else. So please do embrace digital literacy. And last point would be, I think India naturally, we all have a very good skill which makes us survive. Can you guess what is the skill that India has given us?
J factor.
Yeah, I was very surprised. The first time I went to some of the countries, I even visited one of the poorest countries in the world. And I saw that Indians are thriving there, and especially the Gujarati community. So what I realized is no matter where they go, they know how to figure it out. Yeah. And that's the J word, which is Jugaad. We find the shortest path to success. Yeah. Like the path of least resistance, we are able to find it wherever we go. So believe that you will get through this and don't be afraid is my last word for this particular question.
So the caution is, how do you use AI rather than ages that way? But we have embraced AI and we are moving very, very fast. So I was born in that era, and then of course AI was not new to me because that time it was Amulya's intelligence and now it's artificial intelligence, yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you everyone, yeah. You all really, minimized the ambiguity, yeah, which has been surrounding around the fourth industrial revolution and the technological advancements which are also going on. Yeah. Along with this, yeah, the HR managers in an organization, they always tend to keep a balance, or they always struggle to strike a balance between meaningful work, yeah, meaningful work and productivity. Yeah. So in that scenario, yeah. And that too now technological advancements are coming in. Yeah? That could also raise, a possibility of depersonalizing a particular individual in that a lot of changes. Yeah? Changes could be related to the work design. Yeah? It could also be related of, new jobs coming in. So in this particular scenario, which I am working, yeah. Second could be there is not a sync between the present skill, yeah, and the skill
perspective, and one from the employee perspective. From the organization perspective, almost all the organizations now realize that we do not have the skills required. Organization perspective, almost all the organizations now realize that probability of getting hired is more. So as an employee, if you have to hedge yourself, forget about what the company does. On your own, you understand what are the skills that are necessary.
देखा है, हाँ, मतलब नवाजुद्दीन सिद्दीकी का एक बड़ा डायलॉग है फेमस, क्या है? नहीं, वो तो मिस कर गए तुम. वो बोल रहा है कि आप भगवान के भरोसे बैठे हो, क्या पता भगवान आपके भरोसे बैठा है. So what we are trying to tell you is that if you don't look at what career cushioning you have to do, what reskilling you have to do, what skilling you have to do in the future, it's not that it was not there in our times as well. But those times changes were slow to the comparison what is happening now in terms of technology and other things which are rapidly growing. So, but we also had to move from one role to the other and try and kar raha hu, nahi kar raha hu. And of course, as we told you, because when I was small, but you have everything on the app, right? So if you don't do that, let's learn from each other, and then look at what are some of the things that you do, and then reskill. And if you can use the technology for your advantage, a bit later, but only you don't have to go, because when we were there was a BSNL. You don't have to go, because when we were there was a BSNL link which used to come with a peculiar sound for almost like 30 seconds. Then you will get the internet connection. But it's not like that now, right? So use it, learn, and whatever is happening, try and see how you can use the technologies for your advantage, right?
Yeah. I just add to. Sorry, sir. Please go on.
Okay. I just add two bits to this. Professor Rahul talked about depersonalization of jobs. I think it is not a new concept. Organizations typically strive to be process-driven rather than person-driven. You'll hear that in any organization you go, and that's not true today. It was true 20 years ago also. So any organization you go to, any sustainable organizations which has resilience, is always a process-driven organization. Process-driven organization essentially means that you codify the tacit part of your job and make it into transactions which anybody else can follow in your absence, right? So then the organization is irrespective of the person, whether he or she is there or not, the organization continues, right? And that's a hallmark of a great organization. The job of any manager is to create process-driven organizations, right? But the job of a manager is also to continuously improve upon the effectiveness and the efficiency of the jobs, right? Today, for example, Shankar Netralaya, the readings of all different type of complicated I mean, before the surgery, there is a reading which happens. You take an eye X-ray, and that goes. That has to be interpreted. Earlier, it used to be done by the doctors. Today, it is being done by tribal women remotely, right? So, what has happened is the tacit part of that job has been codified, and that is being done by somebody who is down below. And that is how you also bring down the cost of deliveries. So today, if it was done by a manager, tomorrow the same job can be done by N-3 people. That is how you bring the cost of your organization down, right? You increase the profitability of the organization. Profit बढ़ेगा, फिर bonuses आएंगे, right? So this is nothing new. How you use technology to improve continuously the efficiency and effectiveness, that is the test of the manager, and that is bringing down increasing the efficiency, increasing the effectiveness, and hence bringing down cost, right? So depersonalization is required, But managers should use depersonalization to their own benefit.
Thank you. People want things and your generation wants कि भाई ऐप से आ जाना चाहिए. We don't. Our generation wants कि भाई ऐप से आ जाना चाहिए. We don't want a man also. It should come, through Blinkit or this and that. We want a man also. It should come, through Blinkit or this and that. So the organizations, wherever you join, probably you are the consumer and you are the answer. You know what you want and you know the solution. So probably you all have to take the organizations, you all have to take the organizations, these kind of projects or these kind of newer initiatives in the organization. And as HR, we know.
I can be intelligent when you're using technology, okay? So now I think they have.
I'm talking about organizations. Yeah. I'm talking about organizations. Yeah. Again, organizations have to also ensure their employer brand. Yeah. So the question always comes in, why is that I should work for your organization? Yeah. Or what is that, organization wants to deliver? So the first, one of the, visible factors, yeah, which generally often come across, yeah, maybe through social media or through other written medias, is what type of, organization culture you have. Yeah, that more or less, attracts, yeah, majority of the potential candidates. Yeah, and also, nowadays there is also a race on which is the most favorable, yeah, employer, yeah, in a particular industry or in a particular sector. So, and at the same time, we also see that there are, certain societal grand challenges, yeah, which the organization also has to adapt, yeah, and also has to, give answers to. So, in this particular scenario, how does, Indian corporations, yeah, how do they tend to foster a culture of innovation, yeah, and adaptability in their workforce?
I'll take this question. This is this subject is very dear to me. So I'll talk about Mother Dairy again. And Mother Dairy's vision is to give fair and remunerative prices to the farmers while giving delightful products to the consumers. And this is what we work for. So now, as he said, employer branding. How do we attract the right talent? So our employee value proposition says, and this we deliberated. I mean, we are a subsidiary of NDDB, but when it comes to attracting talent, we want the best of the talents from cooperative as well as from corporates, because we also have a FMCG wing. So from an employer branding point of view, what we sell is, we are a purpose-driven organization, and true happiness is in making a real difference. So, answering the question and make an impact. And when we say define your path, we are saying that we are an organization of a lot of exposure, experience, enriched experience. We will give you a family, a relationship based on economics, means, profits, but we are there to serve the consumer, build societies, and serve the nation. And how we do that all the booths which are manned by of Mother Dairy, they're all ex-service, ex-army people, ex-servicemen. So we are again, going back to and giving employment to people who have retired early from Army or Navy or Air Force. So in a way, we are generating employment for them. For farmers, we are the source, we are taking their produce and selling to the
Gen Z typically looks for culture, well-being, and especially when during an interview, if you this topic of our company, as an example, believes in conscious capitalism. We talk about employee development, creating a positive impact because we work with a lot of farmers and all of that. But the reality is, most organizations are driven by capitalistic needs. And culture, as long as the company is profitable, sometimes they are able to manage that quite well. And when there is, like a difficult situation at work, take Amazon for example. Amazon, I remember my boss used to say that they had a daily survey for the managers to see how good the manager is. And if the manager gets a negative review, then he gets pulled up by the HR. But now, the same Amazon is calling people back from all the remote parts of the world that they are. I wish you pain. I feel you have to experience it early in your career. It's okay if you experience all of that. Try pivoting within the organization or outside to a better role. But when you get in, try to adapt to that situation, because that adaptability is going to be a great strength for you. And specific companies are also trying to evolve. But if you work for some of these Indian companies that I don't want to name names, but it's almost like sugarcane. How many of you like sugarcane juice? Oh, most of you. What happens to sugarcane? So if you work for certain companies, you'll only get crushed once. In some companies, you'll be reprocessed till the last drop of juice comes out, and then they'll find the byproduct, make bagas out of it, make plates out of it, so nothing will be wasted. They will take every ounce of money that they've invested in you. So don't worry about it, I would say, because EVP, while it looks good for a lot of organizations, and I'm proud of our organization's EVP as well, but depending on which manager you work for, which sub-department that you work for, you might not experience an organization the same way. An organization is most often brick and mortar. The people that you work for make all the difference. So while you're being interviewed as well, if you get a chance to talk to the hiring manager himself with whom you would work, or him or her, then try and assess them. Will I succeed with this person? Will I get mentored?
A brand called Tata's, which I don't have to defend in terms of culture. I mean, one knows that a brand which has been built over 156 plus years, Tata stand for leadership with trust. And trust is a key word. Leadership is also equally important within a certain time frame. And that's an unstated rule. It's not written anywhere, but that is unstated rule. That is how the review systems work. That is how everybody is communicated. So that is the philosophy that we follow. But to do that, there are a lot of moving parts which need to come together to create an organization which becomes the top 3 in a certain time frame in its industry. Innovations comes once in a few years, once in a lifetime perhaps. So it is not expected to happen every day. But what we believe is, like, I don't know how many of you know this, 1% improvement on a daily basis gives rise to how much? Yeah, correct. 300% improvement over a period of, say, 365 days, right? So that's a very, very powerful approach, not to get scared in case of a failure, right? What we say is that we are open for you to experiment. However, if you fail fast, learn and move ahead. Right? And I can give you a personal example. I recall when I was a graduate engineer at that point of time, it was not called Tata Motors. It used to be called Telco. And I was graduate engineer, just joined from the college, and I was on the shop floor in the night shift. And graduate engineers typically are placed in the night shift in the beginning. And there was a new machine which was being commissioned. It was a CNC machine at that point of time, computer numerated controls. These are very expensive machines imported from Germany. And I was there, I was being part of the commission, and I thought, naya machine hai, and any young person who has just passed out, thoda kuch karte hain iske upar. So I did a lot of experiments on that, and in the morning eventually it conked off, it broke down. And there was some 120 crores of investment in that machine, and I was shit scared that kal to mera naukri gaya, right? To my surprise, the divisional manager comes in the next day. He calls me and asks me that, what do you do, right? I told him I wanted to do these things, I wanted to experiment, I don't know what happened. It went. Believe me, not a single word of reprimand was done to me. For that machine, 3 German specialists were called all the way from Germany to come and rectify the machine. I was given a task, for the next 30 days, you will be with that machine, along with them, and then learn in and out of that machine. Right? This culture gives one an immense amount of confidence that if you have the right intention of experimenting, nothing is going to happen to you. And that's how I think the entire organization, sort of culture of the organization, of all the Tata organizations, I would say, is built around.
So let me give you another perspective. So we look forward to culture, but the only problem is that when we were there, we never had glass doors and Google reviews. And we really had to do our own, acha, wahan pe ye hai, and then you think that you are suited, then you go and join, and then you find that there is some mismatch. If cultures are dynamic, some of the components of culture are fixed, whether it is integrity, trust, and this leadership, and giving you chances of failure and then moving on. But there are some components which keep on moving. And different companies in different industries will have different kinds of culture. But you will have to discover, maybe in next 2 years or 3 years, which is the best suited culture, or what kind of organization that you will be best, giving your best in that organization. That is where you'll grow. If you don't do that soul searching and just keep moving because your friends are referring or because you want to be there and don't miss out, you have that FOMO, then you had it. Right? And as he says, to run for 10 seconds. Do we do that in our lives? We never do that. They are all legends and all people who are successful. It's very easy to say he's successful. So in one of the interviews to Shah Rukh, they said, you're such a successful actor. So he said, nobody looks at what I did for last 20 years. Right? And I think we are all sitting here. We are apart from when we were put in that, we never thought. The only thing we were thinking about is how do we get new things, how do we get into new projects, how we can collaborate, how we can learn. So when I had joined HCL, we had 6 days working. It was perfectly fine. Right? And when I was like 5, 6 years, 7 years experience, when I became slightly more mature in that organization, initially I was placed abroad to do that. Convincing my CEO and COO, they came from the mindset कि नहीं यार हमारा तो sales का organization है, how can you say that, we are into manufacturing. But then we had to do that, and now it's coming. But people want कि भैया एकदम less and less work, but maximum salary. So soon the alpha and the beta generation, when they enter, they'll say only 4 days a week, and don't ask me which days we will come and we'll be available. And then this generation, of course, and my daughter is there, is in 3rd year, they only work during the night. They'll sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning. When we are up at 7 o'clock, they get up at 12 o'clock. That is not going to work in organization, right? We cannot have this kind of culture where you can come in, come go. But yes, there are organizations which allow, when it is all about thinking and talking about newer things and experiments, etc. But be ready to experiment, because you're all here. How many of you are with loans? हाँ, तो जिंदगी में जब भी लगे ना कि कुछ जिंदगी में नहीं हो रहा है ना, एक लोन ले लेना, लाइफ एकदम स्मूथ चलेगा.
And the fringe stakeholders, yeah. And let's say if today we don't want to put them into shadows, yeah. Any specific quick responses over this, please?
I can specifically comment about capital. We have a large off-roll workforce. Let me put it this way, off-roll workforce. They are basically on-field sales, collections, and etc. jobs. However, for us, while you said that they are fringe workforce, for us, they are never part of fringe workforce. For example, I'll give you an example. The only reason that, the only differentiation they have between our normal workforce is that their salary goes through a different employer. But for all practical purposes, right from their leave structures to compensation, have their own reward systems which has been designed by us. Their performance management system is designed by us. Their learning management system is same as our on-roll employees. So in a way, we do not treat them as separate. It is only for the flexibility. The only reason why we do that is sometimes we have this business cycles up and down. To create a flexibility in the overall workforce, we have kept them as contractual. And that is designed. That is in line with the on-roll workforce.
So I think you have this question, but in reality, when we talk about inclusivity and inclusiveness, most of the Indian organization is far, far away from reality, right? When we talk about inclusiveness, I think we only talk about, and we talk about diversity, it's only gender diversity for that. But what about the other LGBT that we are talking about? Are we geared for that? Even handicaps. I don't know how many, when I was, we had so many questions. If this guy will come, how will he come up, use of lift, use of toilet. So most of the times, it's not happening. So that intent from the organization is very important. Right now, many organizations are saying that we can't hire too many female employees because they'll get married, they'll go for 2 maternity breaks, which is like 6 months and plus year. So they're changed. So organizations really have to have an open mindset and that intent from the board and intent from all the senior people that yes, we want this, we have to include. So in our organization currently what we do is we have people who come as interns, we have people who come as part-time, but we have told them that if you do well, after 6 months we'll consider and we convert them in the mainstream. So if that passage for this kind of people are there, I think they'll be more than happy. And if there is no substantial differences in terms of the benefits that we are providing to those people in terms of medical, in terms of travel, in terms of, because we are talking about manufacturing, etc., in terms of their canteen, etc., I think to start with that is good enough to do that. But they should also see the future with the company to get assimilated, right? So the challenge is there, but still we have to be very, very open and mindful to how do we actually move towards inclusivity.
Maybe I'll just say a couple of lines. So we have about 20,000 blue-collar workers, and who are mostly seasonal because it's agriculture based. I do see that labor force is extremely important for the organization, and you'll see that lately to understand how can we make their lives better. Besides that, I also see that there's an evolution to an in-between role called a new collar role, which is a mix of office slash like absolute ground, like a blue collar job. And I do see that we are investing quite heavily in skill development programs and trying to make their lives much better as much as possible.
Thank you. Yeah. So, now we will again, come back to our main discourse on, future of work. We could see that nowadays there has been an emerging partnership, partnership between the corporations, the business corporations, and also the educational institutions. Yeah. So initially, we would see them separate, but now we see them both as partners, an integral part, in developing the workforce. So by taking that thought into consideration, what specific advice would you give, yeah, to the students who are about to leave their, educational institution and join a particular company? In terms of, the floor is open. Yeah, in terms of skills, or maybe in terms of, specific type of knowledge we are looking at. Are we looking at a particular type of attitude and also the altitude, yeah, towards it? So, the floor is open for interpretation.
Yeah, I can. Yeah. So I think Indian colleges specifically are rapidly trying to keep up, because I see that a lot of colleges have started bringing in professionals to give you find which is the biggest problem and try to solve it. Find which is the biggest problem and try to solve it. Like slay that beast if the organization that you go to, the manager is struggling with something, try and fix that big problem for that manager, or try to fix processes. But before that, try to have that beginner's mindset. Take away that, I don't think so that you would have that MBA aura around you saying that I've done my 2 years MBA. I don't see that. I was just talking to, you will have to spend time in the trenches before you can climb up the ranks. So be water throughout, and I think that will definitely help, and keep adapting yourself. Wherever you go, take a new shape, new form. You have easily about 25 to 30 years ahead of you. You can make plenty of mistakes. Yeah. Later in life, mistakes will cost you quite dearly, and you will have limited choice to make mistakes because you have many other responsibilities. Right now, you can fail thousands of times, at least for the next 5 to 10 years. And don't worry about it, just be adaptable is my tip. Yeah.
Then earn. Agree? Or because you have loan you want to earn, and then maybe later on learn, right? Because initially formative years of 5 to 7 years where you create impressions, fail, and then I think you need to be constant for some time. From depression to you have to get into making impression, which is very important in the organization. And the last one is that learn, and then of course when we are talking about when you are successful, everything will follow. So we also come from middle class, lower middle class families, but the only thing that kept us going was we had certain dreams, we wanted to achieve that, we wanted to rise up only by learning, right? So we used to go, enjoy our work, do hard work, come back. So when I had joined HCL very beginning, after 2-3 months, HCL in production went higher and there was union, etc. And they went into a strike. Only job I was given because I was new, I was young, was to go in the office at 7 o'clock and we just around because they had locked everything, lights off, water off, toilets off. 7 o'clock, and I did that for almost 45 days. VFS. And I never questioned. Okay, and then of course there was a lot of learning, and then after all those things happened, and then the software wing of HCL started opening offices in US, then UK, then Australia, then Singapore, Malaysia. And some of the senior people and people who were from Accelera, IIMs, they started getting placed there. And then I was working hard, so I went and asked my boss that when ki mera time kab aayega? So he gave me he said that these 3 P's are very important for us. Okay, so the first P is performance, which you could not compromise. Matlab, whatever state you can have, if you have your own organization or your parents own one organization, you can say ki yaar ye mujhe pasand nahi karne. The second is that people should know that you have potential. Tomorrow you can take higher up because you are skilling, reskilling, upskilling. You are first among the equal and you will move faster. And then third thing he said was that people should have perception about you that this is the guy. If I have to give him a new opportunity, if I have to promote, if I have to send him to some remote, etc. And after 6 months, the time came when they said, we have selected you, you are going to Asia Pacific. So when I was only 2 years and 3 months experience, in 2000 end, I was told that you are going to Malaysia, where you will be looking after Malaysia, Singapore, Australia. So opportunities come. I went there, I was very young, but then I had to learn, do that hard work, read about all the local policies, etc. So you'll have to be calm, think, but don't overthink. आशिक होते हैं दिल टूटे. Okay, because जो उनका कुछ नहीं होता वो जाके वहां लिखते हैं. If you read all those things, you will have problems. If you read what is happening on Google reviews, you have come here so far with CAT and ZAT score. We feel that you are much, much above average than the other people who actually do graduation, post-graduation. You are much more analytical. You have to decide what you have to do. And you know all the skills. We don't have to say, acha, ye karna, wo karna, aisa karna. Everybody has their own journey. Everybody will have to discover that. Everybody will have to put their financial plans. I was talking about the concept of FIRE. Financial in 45 is the new 55. So you also want to maybe retire in 40, go and see the world and enjoy life. ठीक है ना? 80 है, you have to live and enjoy whatever you want.
Who are either working for you directly, or people who are not working for you directly, indirect workers we would generally call it as. Yeah. I also really liked the advice which you all have given to us, which we specifically talk about being more adaptable, yeah, being more resilient, yeah, especially during the times of uncertainty. Yeah. So with this note, yeah, I really thank you all.
Thank you, all the esteemed panelists and Professor Kamble for the enriching discussion.
Share quickly about my thoughts, but before I go there, let me also take the opportunity to introduce the panel members. Although I don't know whether it is planned or not, but if you look at this, all of us have kind of taken our position based on the photographs. Right? But yeah, let me also take the kind of privilege of introducing Dr. Manish. He has more than 15 years of experience, and he has touched multiple domains of consulting, training, program management, sustainability. And he has worked with NSDC, and currently he is the group head and executive VP of VPs of strategy at Piramal Foundation. So, and we actually, if Dr. Manish is probably aware of it, we are also kind of have some conversations going on with Piramal Foundation in recent times. I'm aware of it that they had a very solid work on Gram Panchayats recently. That's some of the work that they are doing. And prior to this, Dr. Mishra, he has contributed significantly to the identity ecosystem, and he has also been, he has a strong association with academic institutions. I think he has also been visiting faculty with many of these IIMs, and he has been associated with academia for a long time in his professional career. Welcome, Dr. Manish, and very glad to have you here. Yeah. So, we have a second panelist that we have is Mr. Jainarayan. He has 3 decades of experience with your NTPC. NTPC is probably one of those finest organizations which has continuously been marked as a great place to work in terms of their wonderful work climate. And in our kind of classroom sessions, we always generally refer to these organizations as an organization which has been kind of really highlighted for their wonderful work climate. Welcome to you, sir, and very glad to have you here in the campus. We have Akshans, I got it right? Akshans, Kocher. He is he's an HR leader, and he's truly an HR leader in a sense that he has his HR experience in multiple domains of HR, and I looked at his CV, and he has a strong fascination with this 10,000 employees, in a sense that one of his experience was with Transian Holding, where he led a team of 10,000 employees. Then he worked with Lava. There also the team has gone up to more than 10,000 employees during his tenure. Now he's a mentor with Banas Dairy. And does that mean that we are also going to have Banas Dairy at 10,000 employees very soon, probably? Welcome to you, sir, and we hope that all of you will enjoy kind of this wonderful conversation that we are going to have today. And let me move forward the conversation, and I'll just quickly probably share quick thoughts about this, and then the format that will follow is that I will probably ask one specific question to each of the panel members. Maybe you can respond to that you can respond it leisurely, in a sense that you can easily take 5-10 minutes to respond to that query and share your thoughts. We'll invite some questions from the audience after that. And then that's how we take forward this discussion. But before we move move forward, I think I'll just quickly talk about one quick thoughts about learning and development. So learning and development as an idea, I think, originally I think this whole idea of learning, etc. has come from the idea of employee training. Then people have started talking about human resource development. But none of them seems to really represent the essence of it. Then people said, okay, I mean, these are the terms which are not, it captures the meaning, but probably some people said employee training is too derogatory and too narrow. So it's not really kind of, it doesn't serve the purpose. So learning and development as a term, it became very popular probably since 1990s time. During that time, there is another wonderful work that came up, which is called as a learning organizations, in a sense that how organizations learn. I think that's become a major source of research. And this learning and development actually has a strong alignment with this idea of organizational learning. And in 80s, if you look at this 80s, that's the time when corporate has started naming their offices as campus. So they will call their office as some campus. And we know that in our country also there are Infosys campus and TCS campus. Campus as a word is mostly traditionally associated with universities. So you have university campuses, right? So organization when started focusing on learning, they have also started kind of to symbolize this learning, they have started calling their offices, their workplace also as campuses. That's also indicate that their emphasis on learning. And then people have also articulated learning for what? I mean, you can just simply train people, right? But then the idea was this, that learning for development. And then the question is development of whom? Who should be developed? That's where probably the major part of learning comes. The learning for the development of the organization as well as development of the individual. I think these are the two broad kind of purpose which L&D has started taking shape. And then people have looked at the kind of work that has been done in L&D. So I think the initial work on L&D is mostly about the purpose of L&D, why there should be learning, why there should be training. Later on, people have realized that merely designing training is not enough. There are a lot of other conditions get applied. Then people started looking at learning ability of employees, that can everybody learn, or how do people learn? So then they started looking at what factors started influencing our learning. And that's where we get into this idea of personality, then employer-employee relationship, workplace conditions, all those kind of ideas came up. Then the third component that came is actually about delivery of learning or delivery of training. And that's where we have this whole module, idea of that training module and all those duration of training, whether this is on-the-job training, off-the-job training, or all those kind of ideas, all those kind of innovation came up. And for us, as an outsider to any organization, I think this module or delivery of training seems to be the one mostly visible to us. And finally, one of the major aspects of training that come up is the workplace condition, which is mostly about what happens before and after training. So what kind of organizations these interventions become more effective? What is the condition, under what condition this become effective? And how people actually continue carrying forward this effectiveness. Probably in a very precise manner, L&D is mostly about behavioral change, if I got my sense right. It is actually learning to bring some changes in your actions, in behaviors. So what kind of context, what kind of workplace influence that behavioral change? I think this is how the whole L&D journey has been evolved in last 100 years. So employee training is a 100-year-old idea. It's not learning is probably came in 1990s, but training of employees is a 100-year-old idea. And then these are the broad campus that carried forward in last 100 years. Okay, I mean, let me kind of stop here and let me start with maybe our questions for the web. So one of the, let me start with Dr. Manish in a sense that one of the idea that we had is this, that because you are also associated with National Skill Development Corporation. So learnings for a small enterprise, learning for a small scale enterprise or learning for an organization with a smaller size, how does that work? Whether they, and when they start actually focusing on L&D kind of an intervention, what is your general observation and how do you see that?
Learning starts here. Finding a mic. Yeah. First, a general comment about how does this learning happen and where exactly some amendments are required, and why it is very important to, there's a lot of discussion and a lot of talk around building a learning culture, but also as an individual, how do we need to reorient ourselves in order to keep learning as we grow. And this reminds me of a story that a gentleman told me, and this person, as part of our NSDC assignment, we used to work with a lot of organizations of various hues. And this fellow was from petrochemical and petroleum industry. And very senior position, I'm not at liberty to say the name of the company, but yeah, he's in a very senior position. And he said, in one of our discussions around upskilling, reskilling, and how important it is, especially in the age of technology, where the technology diffusion is happening so fast, and therefore the skill obsolescence is happening very quickly, with a half-life of skills is actually becoming shorter and shorter. So how do you deal with that kind of a thing? And is it just the responsibility of the organization and also the responsibility of the individual to seek out opportunities to learn? And he said there was this oil extracting unit that he was in charge of, and this was somewhere in Rajasthan. And there was a gentleman from a different department visiting that unit, and there's a deepest well that he wanted to visit and wanted to see if, because he came from instrumentation and pressure gauge and all of that, so he was actually an expert in that area. So he said, why don't you take me to the deepest well where the boring is happening, and what can we possibly do about it? I just want to see if everything is all right. So he took him to that well. He said, I want to go down and see what is happening. And he said, all right, so I will stay at the top, at the mouth of the well, and you go down and do your whatever routine checks that you want to do. And this person with some 15, 18 years of experience actually got down, did some operations and performed certain activities that he had to. But suddenly the alarm rang, and everybody knew that there was some emergency that happened, and nobody knew what to do. And suddenly the plant had realized that this is the problem with the same well where this person has gone down into. And he immediately asked him to turn off the valve, because with years of his experience, he could understand that there was a problem with the pressure at which the gas was flowing. And there has to be an optimum level, and unless and until you make sure that it is actually passing through at an optimum level, accidents might happen, otherwise there will be a suboptimal output that you will produce. So his instinct told him to go for the valve and shut it down, and so that any crisis could be averted. And he shouted very loud at this person who was right there. And he said for seconds, this guy, it seems he froze, because he just looked for some panel, etc., and he couldn't do anything. By the time half the plant people had come at the mouth of the well, and they started shouting, why can't you, turn off the valve, and don't you know this might be a huge crisis, the accident might happen. A lot of people might actually die. But this fellow, for some reason, was trying to move every single instrument that there was in the panel, and was not actually being able to do the right thing. But suddenly something happened, and the valve got shut off, and the crisis averted, etc. When this person came up the well, he was very completely at sixes and sevens. So this plant head actually took him aside, comforted him, and asked him what happened. It was such a small thing, you could have turned off the valve. Otherwise, had you taken a few more seconds, anything might have happened. He said, can I share this in utmost confidence with you? He said, all right, please go ahead and say whatever you want to say. He said, I just don't know what a valve looks like. He said, I couldn't believe my years, 15 years in the industry, and this person has come from one of the best institutions, and he did not know what the valve looked like. Then he realized that probably the time when he was there at the college, the valves actually looked very, very different. So the industry had moved, he hadn't. He specialized in one area, and he couldn't pick up as to what was happening across the industry, right? So it's very important learning. So all of us actually operate at some level with our valves. It's important to identify where those valves are and turning them on. And no matter how hard an organization tries, it can't really identify that valve for yourself. You'll actually have to do it for yourself, seek out opportunities, and learn about those valves as the time pass, right? Especially in the time and age of this kind where things are changing so fast, right? So last session was about future of work, and one knows about how the things are changing. I mean, one meets people often who actually fear of not being able to move ahead with the time. So there's a general commentary on what is actually happening and why learning and development actually has a huge challenge before it, and therefore needs to be taken care of in a proper manner. Coming back to what the institutions need to do, and again, from my past experiences and also talking to a lot of employers over the period, one actually realizes that there's a lot of discussion, and one has actually been hearing about this for decades now. There's a huge gap between what the industry wants, what the companies want, and what exactly they get. The problem is the problem statement has actually been iterated and reiterated over and over again, but has there been an honest attempt to solve that problem? How, for that matter, when you are thinking of getting the right kind of manpower for a particular industry, are you sharing the input with the institutions that are preparing those future workers for you? So in my mind, there are two worlds. There's one world of education on one side, there's a world of work on the other side. And there's hardly anything happening between the two, right? So here in this world, and it goes for all the institutions, by the way, what are the signals that are coming from the world of work to this side to upgrade their curriculum, upgrade their training material, make it very, very relevant to the industry? All of that is a big question mark, right? So how much effort does the world of work makes in order to develop that understanding in the world of education? That is one. The second part is, once they finish their education, are there smooth transition mechanisms that can actually lead them to world of work seamlessly, right? One has been running apprenticeship program in this country for ages now, yeah. But when you compare where do we stand in terms of our apprenticeship program vis-a-vis some of the countries that have actually implemented it very well, the picture is dismal, right? Germany, with what, about 1/10 or less than that population of ours, offers close to 7-8 million apprenticeships in a year. And take a guess as to what could be the number of apprenticeships that we are offer in the country of this size. 1 million is very close. Actually less than 1 million. Yeah. Less than 1 million. And you expect people to come out from their educational institutions and hit the ground running is actually a pipe dream with that kind of a system in place. You have institutions, and you mentioned Infosys Academy and Infosys College and all of that. And Sumantra Ghoshal used to be a pioneering figure and from London School of Economics. He used to say, companies should become the universities, right? And the actual education should happen there. So Infosys said, okay, every single individual that we take on board, we will train them for how many months? 18 months. To do what? To completely re-educate them. They say we run this program not to really train them, but sort of negate the ills that this education system of 16, 18 years has actually sort of inculcated. Right? So if institutions are doing that, who is responsible? Who is responsible for the academic institutions of the kind that we have produced? Now we have actually been alerted to that kind of a situation, that the education primarily that we are providing is not really offering them the industry relevant skills. And you now see there's a lot of policy push, this whole NEP that has come into play, which is talking about apprenticeship embedded training. You're also talking about skill embedded education right from the school level. All this is to keep you in sync and keep you ready when you join the workforce. But more than anything else, I mean, you can actually teach them any technical skills. The shelf life of the technical skill is going to be very short. What you need to possibly work on, and this is why the education needs to change fundamentally, is to inculcate this whole habit of relearning, unlearning, right? Because no matter what you teach a student, your curriculum could be the most advanced, but if you take a student for an engineering program in the very first year, what you teach the person, there's a very high likelihood of that becoming outdated by the time the person actually passes the institution. So what cues you are taking, what systems have you developed to transfer new technology, and leave alone academic institutions, the industry itself. How many in a particular sector are aware as to what is happening on day-to-day basis? Now Singapore has actually worked it out in a very different manner. Australia has a trailblazer program through which they actually capture the signals and what is actually changing on the shop floor on a daily basis. Singapore has a Queen Bee program, something like, I mean, there are other countries that have actually worked out different methods. Within the same industry, the smaller players actually are at the most disadvantageous position because they don't really get to know what is happening, and all these small things actually happen below the radar. Suddenly, one day, they disrupt what is going on, and the new players actually emerge, and the ones that are least equipped to handle this kind of a disruption are actually the biggest casualties, because the larger organization might still cope with it and might find ways to survive in this whole transition phase, but it's the smaller industries that actually. So I think there's absolutely no two ways about it, that these smaller organizations need to find a way, come together, pool resources, and this whole industry clusterization, etc., was an idea just to ensure that. But to what extent we have been able to do it is something which is a matter of debate, and I think promoting a strong learning culture and regular touch with the academia and keeping the people upskilled and reskilled is something that's very, very important. There's a lot of discussion around how do you upskill people. Again, I mean, there are countries, there are systems that have this, adult learning programs to keep people updated with what is happening in the industry and what possibly need to be imparted to people in order to make them stay relevant to the market. We need to go a long way. I think the policy push is now there in that direction to subsidize the cost of training and also create large public digital infrastructures in order to make people learn as they go, and this whole work, learn, work, if the government has its way, would actually become the order of the day. But unless and until the governments and the industry all work together in unison, this is something that is difficult to realize.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Manish. I think one of the points that you raised is also about that organization spending 18 months or probably a year investing on training an employee, and then what if the employee decides to move out? Right. So I think L&D has this is a typical L&D dilemma, that how much to put effort and what will happen when you create this asset, and then what happens when the asset decides to move out. I think we'll come to that probably if we had a chance of kind of here. Now let me move to our second speaker on here. So we'll ask, sir, we'd like to know something about NTPC and how NTPC has been able to actually create this climate of focus on training, focus on capacity building. That's probably one part of it that we'd like to know from your side. And second is this whole idea of skill is, as Dr. Manish rightly said, the idea of a skill is also has a time to it, in a temporal, in a sense that skills become outdated very quickly. So one of the purpose of learning is also to develop a cognitive ability. In a sense, whether how do people know what they should know? So I think that's also a part of learning culture. So I'd like to know your thoughts on this, what is the NTPC's experience on this direction?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I should thank IRMA for having me here for this really great discussion and program. Before I start talking on the issue, I just wanted to give a brief about NTPC for those maybe knowing, those of you may be knowing, some may not know. NTPC was formerly known as National Thermal Power Corporation. Right now it's only just NTPC, because we are not only into thermal power generation, we are into renewables, solar, wind, then pump storage. Even recently we are into nuclear power generation also. And it's the largest power producing company in the country. Just to give you a perspective, with an installed capacity of say about 17 to 18% in the country, we are generating about 25% of the power that we are all using in the country today. So that is gives a perspective about the efficiency of our operations in the country. Having said that, about this skilling and learning, NTPC as an organization, as part of its philosophy, it considers itself as a learning organization, and every employee, every stakeholder, internal stakeholders, is required to undergo at least 7 days of training in a year, minimum. Now, that is just the beginning, because we are, as an organization, we are situated mostly in remote locations, because thermal power generation, the main fuel is coal, and coal is available near coal mines, which are again remotely located. And so we need to get the best talent to work in those places, and we have an entire ecosystem for making the best facilities available for employees to come, the younger generation to come and stay and then live and then work there. The ecosystem is training, as you say, and learning. We recruit about 400 to 500 engineers every year, and mostly because it's a thermal power plant, we need engineers in various disciplines, and they are recruited basically through the GATE score and all that. And they undergo a very rigorous 1-year training, which is appreciated all across the industry, because it's a very rigorous training through the entire spectrum of the power business, because once they undergo that, they become power engineers. Like the training is more focused on understanding the business, understanding how things work and how how we are contributing to the economy and so on and so forth, apart from other soft skills and all that. And main, as Sir had said, certain things we have to unlearn also, because though formal education provides a lot of basic skills, but it does not make them make the students ready for employment. So the training is more of what is required specifically for an organization called like NTPC. And during this entire 1 year process, they learn a lot of things, and then they are on the job. They go through projects, action learning projects and all that. But that does not end there. Training is an ongoing year-long and a lifelong process. At every stage, say an employee joins, he's onboarded, and then he moves up the ladder, he or she. They have to go through various stages where these managerial inputs are required. That is called planned interventions are there, and those are specific to for their technical and not only technical, their managerial and cognitive inputs that are required. So those are all planned interventions that are there. Apart from that, it's a technology-driven industry. A lot of new technologies come. We have to be in the cutting edge of technology. So the improvements or the developments that are there through the online modules we have, we call it Samarth modules, which are available. Small specific modules are developed wherein the employee, especially the engineers, technical people who run the plants, the operation and the maintenance people, they have to go through, and they are certified for those kind of trainings. Because unless they are upgraded and they keep continuously upgrading themselves, they will not be able to keep up with the requirements of the business and the technological requirements. And then there are, again, there are middle level employees, there are senior employees also. There is something called a lead program to develop leaders for taking up higher responsibilities. Like if you, the present day, the CMD of NTPC, Mr. Gurdeep Singh, he joined as an executive trainee of the company, and then he is now the chairman. The board of the company, most of them, they joined as trainees, and then they have moved up the ladder. So we believe in growing our own talent and all that. So it is a testimony to the practices and the philosophy and the strategies used for continuously upgrading training of our people. Now, talking about skilling, again, it's all related because I can only talk out of the knowledge of practices in NTPC. Like again, as I said earlier also, there are certain modules that are required, say a turbine maintenance or a boiler maintenance, or say the coal handling plant and all that. These are all very specialized modules that are required. And we have a very model of training where we have at the apex level a power management institute at say Noida, and at each unit we have employee development centers, right, where our dedicated teams are there who are into training and who coordinate the training things. There are modules which are constantly upgraded based on the industry's standards and all that. Leveraging technology, we have used virtual reality, augmented reality programs, which actually create live situations to and how people can handle if there is a problem or a crisis. So those trainings are mandatorily ingrained into our setup, and the engineers have to be certified to move to the next higher level. Apart from the technical training also, they need to go, we have this building blocks of in the organization, like competency building, culture building and all that, and value systems. As part of this competency building, it is ingrained into the performance appraisal system itself. Like if a person does not have a particular minimum level of competency, or if his potential is assessed, if they don't make the grade, their chance of moving to the next level becomes difficult. So there is a system of competency potential assessment, and they go through this systematic assessment, and then they are certified. And if they are not able to make a cut, there is a development plan that is given, which an employee goes through and then tries to meet these things. So that way the skilling part is also addressed in our company in a more scientific and systematic manner. So that is how the whole learning and development system works. And this has been one of the success stories, because NTPC is known as a system-driven and a process-driven company. And processes works, it's not individuals. So as the earlier discussion was, it is even most successful person will be there, but someone who comes in new, he is able to contribute because of the strength and the importance of the systems that are in place. Thank you.
Yes, I think so. Maybe one of the way of thinking about L&D is also to design an inherent system, probably, that can make this process a continuing process and not dependent on an individual, but probably on a system. Yeah, that's how probably one of the way we can think about, I mean, that can become a part of a culture, basically, right? But at the same time, there's another kind of question that I have in my mind, which again, if time permits, we'll take up. Sometimes some of this practice and systems end up being rituals, in a sense that suppose some employee has to do 5 modules of some topic. So these are become a kind of a checklist to just move to the next level. Not necessarily actually result in a kind of a learning. So how can one stop this from converting this to a mere ritual, but actually becoming an internalizing a culture? That's probably one of the questions. If we will have time, we'll take up. But let me now move to Mr. Kocher. In a sense, you also have varied experience in terms of the forms of organizations. And currently, as we know that you are with a cooperative, with a collective. Collectives are mostly locally grown organization with a very strong kind of a rooted culture, in a sense that, and there is a certain way of really working and learning about it. So for a culture, for an organization like this, when somebody is thinking about transforming an organization, or especially a collective, what do you think, what kind of learning challenges are likely to come up, or what kind of ways of navigating those kind of challenges?
Hello. So thank you for inviting me here. I think at the outset, yesterday afternoon I was here boarding almost a packed hall of 500 people here. How many of you were here last evening? So all of you have already heard me for a good 1.5 hours yesterday. So I think the 2 questions that you asked, one was about 1.5 years of training and then people moving out. And the second question was about training, whether it is still relevant or is it just a ritual. I'll start with my perspective on both these takes. I started my career with the civil services. I did not introduce myself yesterday. I served there for a good 14 years in the government of India, and was in the railways in various positions. I served the government of India, I have served the public sector organizations, and I am now serving a cooperative, besides corporates in between. So I've done this entire spectrum and seen various kinds of managements. And I think I can put my 2 bits on this question with this variation of experiences that I have seen. In the government of India, I have gone through 2 years of training instead of 1.5. And the entire government of India, all the class 1 officers still undergo 2 years of training, and they have lifetime employment, the bulk of them. The more and more we engage employees, the more and more we get hold of them. I think that part is that how we build culture inside the people. You look at Army. a basic principle about any training is that you take people as core, as raw, as fresh. Then you depersonalize them, standardize them, let them be known by chest numbers and not by names. You build new identities and you build icons of the new culture that you want them to be. That's how you build people. This is standard all across in all large organizations where they are focusing on young talent programs. You have these fast-track career growth programs for these people who go through the varied, so be it TAS, be it the Young Leaders program, be it all through. We have this common stream running through that the tenure of L&D programs makes a vital impact on the stability and building future ambassadors of the organization. That was one part. The second question that you raised was about whether trainings have become rituals. And I would say that if trainings are subject-oriented, if they are adding value to the organization's performance, then they are relevant and then they will never become rituals. If they have stayed the course, they have veered from the course. कहते हैं कॉलेज में जो पढ़ाते हैं वो काम के वक्त काम नहीं आता. And that is primarily because the issue of relevance comes into the question. So I think that is the answer about continuously aligning and aligning. As far as the part about cooperatives being locally grown organizations, yes. And I think for that matter, all organizations grow with some amount of nucleus around which they nucleate and grow big. Cooperatives. So I represent Brand Amul, and with 2,200 villages in one district and now operating in 8 more states, I think we are very local in approach. We are local in all the places, but there is a global approach in terms of the overarching policies and processes that have now been built, because they are essential to the large-scale management that has to happen. You can't have local processes governing global organizations. So that transformation happens as scale takes an impact. I think 3 things that are important. For cooperatives, there are 3 goals. I spoke about it a bit yesterday as well, that one is the financial goals, one is the social goals, and one is the environment or the sustainability goals. And I think the key question you asked is, does HR or L&D still add value? I think the hidden question is, see, for long years, HR has stayed out of the boardrooms. There are various alleys like, is it a revenue center? Is it a cost center? And things like that. And I think this premise comes from the fact that the core question is, are we adding to the revenue of the organization? Are we contributing to the productivity of the organization? And let me answer these questions on how cooperatives have taken this piece. So in cooperatives, the 3 goals that I spoke about, financial, social, and environmental. So in cooperatives, we are not owned by a set of people. The entire set, so for my organization, my 4 lakh farmers in Banaskantha district are my owners. I serve them, I serve their cause every single day. Now, when they are my chief stakeholders, then how am I adding value? I have a full-scale training and extension wing which goes out to actually educate people on the ground. Now, what do they educate on? So here in NTPC, you are talking about boilers and such other practices. Here we are talking about our own domain-specific skills, which could be about how to combat diseases in cattle, the nutrition, how to manage the farm practices, get better, how to get better productivity. We did an impact study in a few of the mandlis, and we found that this wing, we have a group of 40 ladies who does this diligently for a couple of years now, and we have done all the train-the-trainer programs with them so that they are effectively communicating and influencing. They added 24 rupees of value per animal, per day, per farmer. Now imagine if one cattle is contributing 8 liters of milk, in that it is a good 20-25% addition. This is adding value. In a corporate jargon, if I talk about, we have a word called teeth to tail ratio, which typically is at the front end, the part of the organization which is increasing your size or adding to revenue. That is your teeth. Typically it is the sales and the marketing department. In my cooperative, it is these ladies who are enhancing. They are enhancing milk production, they are enhancing society services by impacting and influencing these people. I'm adding revenue there. I'm adding to the quality of milk production there, which is directly turned into revenue. Let me come to the social goals. And among the social goals, the part about women empowerment, which these ladies are driving, I have spoken a lot about yesterday, so I'm not delving into this group here. And on the sustainability on the environment side. So the future of the business is in sustainability. What I am getting today, will I be able to get it tomorrow? And when that is under threat, then business is under threat. And everybody realizes that, and then there is a huge importance to it. I am fortunate to be sitting on a panel where all three of us are heads of sustainability in their own organizations. So back here at the Banas Dairy, there are 3 core problems that we are working on. One is the water deficit, because the water table has gone down, the TDS levels exceed 800 and more in some areas. In terms of soil, there is degradation, the soil organic carbon has gone down, and we are working with various people to restore that. And then there are, in terms of energy, wherein again there is a significant scope of using biofuels of various kinds. Now all these things that I am leading along with my HR practice is directly adding value to the organization. Now coming to the people side, so when we talk about employees, so the dairy has grown suddenly too big. In the last 10 years, every year we have had a 10% plus cumulative year-on-year growth. That suddenly means that my mid-management layer has been just extended and stretched. So we are tying up with all the famous institutes that we have to develop customized MDP programs. Then there are these sector-specific domain skills. Typically, in a cooperative, you work cooperatively. Sahkar se Samriddhi is a slogan which we practice. And therefore, what we did is that, see, all the dairies had this common requirement that we needed domain-specific people to skill. So we formed one specific institute itself. It's by the name of Vidya Dairy, you would have heard. And their only job is to train and skill. We send people to that college, and it is at very concessional rates, and we do. So this domain-specific skilling is done through pooling of resources, because individual organizations may not have that capability. But it is a wonderful takeaway for entire industry to be able to capitalize on this concept. Because no one individually can develop colleges and academies and campuses. It takes a lot of resources, and you may not need all that so much. But when in a pool, yes, you are not only working for yourself, you are working for the community at large. So that is one piece. Then we partnered with some of the best consultants who could train and teach people on the job. And in terms of TQM, we have been doing just that. We have engaged amongst the big four for the last 22 years, and then partnered with them, so much so that in terms of TQM practice, we are one of the leaders, having earned laurels and awards of this kind and that kind. So all that has happened. So that has happened. This typically is how we address skills where such sector-specific skills are required. And then we took this mandate just last year that we have a significant amount of blue-collar workforce as well. But yet we took that 2 man days per year is a very modest target we took. that we will engage 16 hours of training every person in the organization. And we are close to be able to actually deliver that. One significant aspect before I just end this is adding a new chapter, and that is adding spirituality to the things we work on. So that is obviously driven by the top leadership, but we engaged and we are continue to engage in several 3-day residential courses for the entire organization, batch by batch, which we did. Now, people practice 5S, we practice 7S, and the last S is actually spirituality. Idea is when you work in a value-laden organization, we don't need systems and processes because these serve as lampposts for the decision making. We realize that we are a growing organization and what has brought us here won't take us there. And therefore this stress on L&D. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the last S seems to be very interesting and new for us in a sense that putting a system to build kind of trainings on spirituality. I think that's kind of interesting. And maybe one thing is like that you mentioned about 16 hours of training for every person every year. That's probably also in a sense that become a part of the role of being trained, right? That's a kind of systemic interventions for people to invest some amount of time in terms of learning something. Yeah. Okay, I think before we move forward, at this juncture, I would also like to invite some kind of comments, some questions, some observations. It can be comments also, not necessarily a question, but I would like to invite some bit of engagement from the audience at this point. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, sirs. First of all, thank you for such an insightful discussion. So, sir, as you rightly discussed about the gaps between the educational world and the world of work that we are facing, that leads to a need of investing on the employees, especially the new joinees. So what we can do on our part to fill those gaps from a perspective of being a fresher to join those companies?
I mean, you have this question specific to someone, or you want the panel to respond?
I want the panel to respond.
Yeah, please, you can go ahead. Yes, yeah.
So in terms of what you need to do to bridge this divide of where you are and where you need to be, one part is the sector-specific skills. And that will be sector-specific domains that you are specifically focusing on. But I think there are a couple of trends which are out there in the open. And I am talking about those trends. One part is being digital savvy. I think that is a no-brainer to even be talking about it. I think other part, when we are, since this session on actually L&D, the part about involving more and more of AI and machine learning. Now, which organizations this happens? Where there is already a system and there is a data. Otherwise, AI is just for the namesake. If you have data, then those tools, those values can start helping. If you can develop skills around that. Then the part about micro learnings. So these knowledge beans, nugget beans, I think this part is gaining. And people who can build content around it. So building content is another area. And there are specific tools. So you have this Lectora, Inspire, Adobe Captivate, Articulate Storyline, and such other tools which are there, which have simplified the process of content creation. You just drag and drop and you are be able to build content which is very engaging, very, very relevant. And I think when we talk about building content or maybe building skills which will happen, these specific skills in the area of L&D are going to take you far. Other part is about instructional design. And I think this is the ability to think, design, and actually articulate relevant training content. So when you transition from this, other basic tools would be communication, facilitation. These would help in actually bridging that. This you get to practice a lot in your colleges. The previous session also spoke about stress, anxiety, adaptation and such. So being water or being sugarcane, all those, they are all relevant to this question. This follows from the same theme. But these skills will help you wherever you are.
Yeah, I just want to say, Mr. Kochar has, touched the right aspect. In terms of bridging the gap, you guys are fortunate that IRMA is an institution which is grounded and very sector specific, and also it provides the manpower or the skilled manpower for various sectors like the BFSI, the NGOs, corporates also, and various organizations which are startups, But certain things, like he said, at the cost of repeating, the being relevant and being up to date and knowing what's happening in the world is important. Digital, as you said, again, is a no-brainer. The many aspects, like, we need to keep ourselves updated about what is happening outside, what is happening in the work world also, because certain things in the academic world, we are taught concepts and all that, but there may be certain upcoming things which are being developed and getting to know through reading or even just keeping ourselves abreast about the news items or the editorials. These small things which over the years we have lost, the earlier generation was there, but now we don't have that reading habit. Most of us, I'm not telling all of you, I am also one of them. So those things help in, the developing ourselves and then being prepared for the future. As during that very energetic discussion, the future of work, most of you would have got a lot of nuggets about the requirements that are there. So we have to keep ourselves, flexible, like water, take the shape of wherever we are, and be prepared for being in that, what they call it, VUCA world or the BANI, those concepts, because we have to be adaptive, flexible, and the straight-jacketed view of life would not work. So being able to adapt, that jugaad that is there in our, in our DNA, but it has to be very specific, and it must work for you and for the prospective organization also. Thank you.
I think this is an interesting question that has come from a student. I mean, probably academic institutions should have been asking this question, but yeah.
Yeah, so while we can go on and on about how the institutional arrangements as far as this thing is concerned can be made, but yeah, as an individual who's preparing to get into the world of work, what can you possibly do? So the first and foremost thing, and I think the panel has already spoken about it, this whole understanding that no matter at what level you're getting in, unless and until you have this attitude of learning lifelong, you're not going to go far, right? So at whatever level, from whatever institutions, from whichever part of the world you are going to get into the world of work, important thing is you have to understand. The India head of Microsoft the other day, I actually heard him speak about this, and he said about 20 years ago, somebody said, why are you going to Microsoft? Microsoft was firing so many people. You might actually get fired within 1 year's time. Why are you getting into this institution? He said, I'm not going to make my career in Microsoft. This is not going to be the only job that I'll do for the rest of my life. He eventually ended up doing for the rest of his life only spent in Microsoft. But he said, I'm going to do a project of a very short duration, and I will then take it from there. So learning from every activity that you're doing, and be prepared to learn from whatever opportunity that comes your way. So the sector that you want to get into, the industry that you want to get into, do you know enough about it? right? And if you identified a set of things that you probably need to work on, you need to then be cross-check when you are getting into the workforce and identify those valves, right? So that somebody at the workplace doesn't find those valves for you. You find those valves and actually address them well in time. The other important thing is, even when you get into those jobs, so for that, you have plethora of literature available. So you have digital fluency and all that is there. There's huge public digital infrastructure that government is actually investing into. There's one thing that skill development ecosystem has developed called Skill India Digital Hub. That's one very important platform that you can go to and identify those nano learning, micro learning modules that are available there and try and update yourself. So that's possibly one thing that you can do. And when you get into the job also, gone are the days when you will actually be sent out for 15 days of MDPs. You know, I have very serious doubts about how long will this formal education, the current form and shape is going to last. I'm sorry for bringing the bad news, but then, yeah, so that's also getting very outdated very fast. So how can you integrate it with the actual work opportunities? Because the learning actually happens there. So we all talk about 70, 20, 10, but we forget it when we are there. So 10% only in the classroom, 20% is actually through simulated work, and 70% when you actually work is when you are going to learn. So those kind of opportunities you should seek. Every single project that you do, what learnings that you have actually gathered from that. Any challenging project that comes your way when you have entered into the workforce, don't even hesitate. Don't even think twice. Get onto it. You will fail, but you'll learn. Right? You are actually going to invest by doing all that in your careers, because this is going to be very, very volatile. Gone are the days when you're just done 4 jobs in your life, or maybe just 1 job in your life, and you are through. There will be multiple assignments that you'll actually have to do over a period of time. So, like, and I will take an analogy from the development sector. So this poor, when you see, the same person who actually is selling vegetables in the morning, might be selling flowers in the afternoon, then maybe vada pav in the evening. So they would actually find these opportunities and string it together to make a living. I think careers are also going to be the same way. Every single opportunity that you get to learn, you should not miss. Every single opportunity where you get an opportunity to work in an area, you should not miss, right? Career development in the times to come is going to be very, very tricky. So you should understand as to what is critical to that industry, sector, etc., that you're going, and keep learning, keep identifying your walls on the go, and keep addressing them as you go.
Yeah, I think before I take one more probably questions, I think, see, one of the point that we can clearly infer is this, that at the end of the day, learning is a self-driven process. I think that's an individual trait, that one has to be self-driven and must have a curiosity as a trait, I think. And then the mechanism and strategy will surely follow. And I think that another kind of interesting question that also comes to our mind more near time is, what is relevant? And how do you discover what is relevant? Yeah, I mean, so many a time our mind shuts off. I mean, we decide not to learn, thinking that it is not relevant. But how one gets to know what is relevant? Yeah, maybe if you can also quickly respond to this.
I think what is relevant would have 2 perspectives to it. One is the organizational perspective, and second is the individual perspective. Let's divide this into 2 pieces and discuss. So from the organizational perspective, I think the answer is very clear. The roles and the jobs which are in demand, in short supply, or the skills that we need to promote, I think that is the area, or new products and services which the organization is growing into, and then you want people trained in those skills. Then there are new technologies which are coming which will change the way we work, or change our products and services, or how we interact with our market. And then you want people in those skills. So these are all organizational needs which get captured for the most part in the performance management systems, because your management, your leaders, they put in place a certain need and a requirement, and then you get people aligned. So that is one part. The second part is the individual part. So you have a certain aspiration. Maybe you did a degree or a course in a certain discipline and got a job in another, which is most frequently the case when you go to hire from the top engineering colleges and you find that banks and all the financial firms are the top hiring people there. So a lot of guys are changing disciplines. But then in the first few years or the first few months, they realize, are they comfortable? Or if they are not in their comfort zone, are they still comfortable with it? And I think that is one point that I wanted to bring out, which he also just spoke last, Manishi, is that being out of the comfort zone is the key to be a continuously learning individual. And that is what helps you grow. Growth always happens at the fringes. It does not happen at the nucleus, at the center. And these people you interact with, these technologies, these companies, ये जो fringes है ना, learning वहाँ पर होती है. And there you are out of your comfort zone. It's that state of mind which is the learning mindset. You have to be out of your comfort zone. Comfortable हो गए, बड़े बन जाइएगा, niche में रह जाइएगा. You have to grow out. That's one. So from the individual perspective, then you need to see 5 years, 10 years down the line, where do you need to grow? And from that perspective, what are the skills you need? Now this is the new generation, this is the new mindset, which is that of continuous learning. And as organizations, if I talk, we need to promote that. Leaders need to demonstrate actually autonomy in terms of that. As individuals, you have the autonomy to choose what to learn and at what pace that you want to learn. These are the specific two factors which actually promote the part about continuous learning. But here, when we talk about, you can choose which area to go into. Large organizations, growing organizations, we all promote internal talent movement as long as the talent is fungible. I think we were talking about that just a short while back, that we have the typical job families and you can change between departments as long as those departments' skills are those which you studied or which you wish to learn and can imbibe. So these are the two parts, and I think the third part is what the market is forcing upon us. So organization and the self, and the third part is the market, the technology, the conditions, the customer, what they are forcing upon us. So if they want us to learn, to evolve, to reach out to the new technologies, then that is the way we need to go. Thank you.
I just want to add a small thing here, staying relevant and how we can contribute. Most of you would be, after a year or so, you will be looking out for careers and all that. My sincere advice is, don't choose a place or an organization or a thing which does not provide a challenge to you. Now, just to give an example, say in NTPC, when I was an executive trainee, we were a batch of people and all that. And there were some locations which were very challenging, some not so challenging, and some very comfortable. Like for an example, there was one in those days, there were a lot of industrial relations issues. The country was emerging and a lot of challenges, like say in the West Bengal and all that, or the eastern part, labor issues and so on and so forth. And for HR, personnel people, that was the place where you used to learn. And those people who opted for getting posted there, and they had their best years there, and they learned out of facing those challenges, meeting crisis and all that. Those people have emerged as the leaders. and now today. Because of that, those challenging situations, how they have failed and they have succeeded and they have learnt out of failures. And then now they are more mature and more experienced leaders. So I think as long as you are able to contribute and you are able to find meaning or purpose out of some whatever we are doing, that is relevant and that will stand you, all of us, in good stead. That's what I would say.
Yeah, anything on discovery of relevance? Discovery of relevance, if you can kind of.
See, I would be very, very wary of even attempting that answer. With speaking to Gen Z, coming from my thoughts, beliefs, value system, etc., what I find relevant and the way I actually seek relevance in things would be very different from the way you do. So I would not dole out advice. I know it's fraught with danger, offering that kind of advice to youngsters. Follow your heart. I think in my organizations where I have worked with people your age or maybe in the same generation, they care about things that probably I don't care about so much. They care about sustainability. They care about using less. They care about a lot of other values. While we preach a lot about the triple bottom line and stuff because the organization forces you to think in a certain way and then you start developing a liking for it or whatever, this comes very, very naturally to this generation because they think that the world they are inheriting from us is actually sort of the resources actually have been used in a very, very responsible manner. So I would just say follow your heart and be focused and just evaluate. I mean, the only compass that you can use is whether it is actually making a contribution to generating a lot of social good. But that's just a compass, Forget Ikigai for now, There's nothing like an Ikigai, right? I mean, you all are reading Ikigai a lot. And what actually you find where a heart is and also what the world is ready to pay for you. And it's an ideal that we should actually be prepared to strive for. But I'm not sure if 99% of you would get there at least in first 10 years of your life. So be prepared to toil hard, be prepared to, extract maximum worth of any opportunity that you actually are given. So, no advices, but just follow your heart. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's also a wonderful advice. But I just quickly come back to one quick observation before I wind up. See, I think one of the common thing that all the panelists have probably agreed is this, that getting out of the comfort zone, right? So, but again, it sounds nice, but how to get you into practice? Probably, I don't know, if you go back and look at the examples of people who have got out of their comfort zone, it's true volunteering. Volunteering means putting yourself for something probably you have not done it before. Right? Sir was giving the NTPC example. Basically, people who opted for difficult positions seems to have learned more. So this is a typical example of a volunteering. So I think one of the way, and to my mind, I think a lot of L&D has also to do with individual traits. We did not really get a chance to talk about it, but learning ability of people. There are some people who learn better or some people who find it difficult to learn is also an individual trait, which L&D has, the effectiveness of L&D is also determined by learnability of employees. I think that's probably for another day we'll keep it. Anyway, thank you very much for this wonderful session, and we had a really insightful conversation on this. And I thank all of you once again for joining us here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists and Professor Sharma for the insightful discussion. I now request Professor Sharma to please felicitate our panelists, starting with Dr. Manish Mishra. Mr. Jay Narayan B. and Mr. Chansh Koshar. I request Lakshya, if you could please felicitate Professor Sushanta Sharma. All right. So after two power-packed discussions,
just speak and read out the bio note for the. Yeah, I have it. Thank you. Okay, afternoon everyone. Usually the afternoon panels, the panel immediately after lunch happens to be the graveyard panel for multiple reasons. People tend to sleep, and we'll try our best to keep you awake and engaged in the session. I have three very distinguished panel members with me this afternoon. I have with me Mr. Binny Dawson. Binny brings over 20 years of rich experience in learning and development, talent management and organizational development across BFSI, ITES, agriculture, trading and IT sectors. Currently serving as the global head of people development at ETG. He has also held key roles in prominent organizations like UST Global and ICICI Prudential. Binny has led leadership development, cultural transformation and talent strategies across diverse geographies, shaping high-performing teams and implementing scalable, people-focused solutions. His extensive coaching expertise and strategic foresight makes him a trusted advisor in navigating change and fostering innovation. I welcome you, Binny, to the panel and hope to hear from you. Track record in program management, monitoring and evaluation, and women empowerment initiatives. His extensive experience spans working within skills. Senthil excels in communication and adapting to diverse multicultural environments, making him an asset in any challenging scenario. His deep commitment to development and empowerment has made him a valuable contributor to both the public and private sectors. And no doubt that each of these contribution and commitment is also something to which IRMA can take a bit of credit. Thank you, Senthil, for joining us this afternoon on the panel. I also have with me the third panelist this afternoon, Mandeep Ahuja. Mandeep is a seasoned director at PwC India with over 15 years of consulting experience specializing in agribusiness, value chain analysis, food processing, infrastructure and rural development sectors. He has collaborated with various organizations, government ministries, state departments and multilateral agencies to drive impactful initiatives. Mandeep's expertise spans across program management, financial analysis and relationship management, contributing significantly to government and public sector advisory services. He is actively involved in shaping policies and business strategies aimed at enhancing livelihood and fostering sustainable development in India, particularly in agribusiness and food processing sectors. Thank you so much, Mandeep, for accepting our invitation and joining me on this panel this afternoon. Okay, so we are going to be deliberating on managing and building efficient teams through effective HR systems. There's a bit of background to HR systems, which I'm sure you are going to be familiarizing yourself more with over next 1 quarter. When you move into term 3, we are going to be talking more about HR systems in our course on human resource management. But just as a curtain raiser to that, what we are going to be discussing here is how efficient teams are built and managed and how the HR systems contribute to that. So although there is a bit of these questions that we do share with the panelists and kind of prime them that these are the kind of questions that we are going to be asking them, but herein I am going to be throwing a bit of surprise to you, and the surprise happens to be if you were to think about an HR system as a superhero for you, for the organization, while managing the new age teams in these systems, what is that HR system going to be? What that superhero HR system is going to be for you?
A pleasure to be here and on the other side. So it's a great feeling. So now, regarding this question, so superhero is supposed to win hearts, and he is supposed to do everything all, which is absolutely right. So in HR systems, what happens is, especially in organizations where a lot of flexibility is required, social sector organizations or professional services organizations. And the earlier panels have discussed about this flexibility and continuous learning, continuous upskilling. Now, these all aspects are very important in that kind of a superhero. But another important aspect which is coming to my mind is that superhero should be able to instill that collaboration and networking skills also in that particular team. Because in the current context, especially when the change is the only continuous, if you don't collaborate with different teams, with different kind of experts, then you will not be competitive enough. So that collaboration is one of the key factors. Now, the policies in organizations are designed to improve collaboration and to give more flexibility. But actually the implementation of these policies and
public sector, I was there in government, I was also working with UN. So now I am in Deloitte, Big Four, professional services organization. So as Mandeep was putting it, so the challenge, what I could see is working in a social sector organizations, it's like we need to have a different mindset, what do you call mindset, because one, the pay package will not be that much. Point number one. Point number two, the expectations are much more, and then the clientele will be too many, answerable. So to meet that, you need to be a superhero. So that is what I could sense. Suppose if we are to be in a collective, which wherein the numbers run into thousands and lakhs, so there the manager or whomsoever is going to be entering into, everyone has to be a superheroic level. So building systems for that, it will be difficult from a technology or whatever perspective, because which prediction is a bit challenging there. In a corporate environment, I'm just trying to compare and contrast here. So in a corporate environment, to some extent, we can predict it, okay? So we have all the tools available. So we can run an AI tool and to ensure that, okay, when an employee is happy, not happy, and stuff like that. So we have chatbots made for that particular purposes, okay? So those things are there. So to some extent, that is helping the HR systems to act like a superhero, but end of the day, the manager who is sandwiched between his the bosses, clients on one end and then subordinates, so has to be playing that superhero role. For that, he has to have the perception or has to have that kind of perceived things clearer. But the industry will teach us. That's why when someone was telling me when I was there, Senthil, we were like walking in IRMA campus nowadays also. It was not nowadays, like 18 years ago also, and 40 years if you meet some alumni, so they will tell the same thing. Okay, so when we were on the other side, so we were made to work or we were made to study like this only. So that pressure you guys put on that, so that is helping us to cope up with the industry. Okay, so industry is not very different from the environment where I was saying. So all of you guys are traversing in the same superhero trajectory only, I will say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rather, when you said about, talked about that the manager is sandwiched between the demands and factors which are coming from all the direction, manager more than getting sandwiched, manager is likely to be marinated with the needs and demands which is coming from all the direction. Over to you, Bini. What are your thoughts on if there were any HR system which were to act as a superhero, which is going to be saving the day for you while working with new age teams and the younger teams? What is that HR system going to be for you?
So it depends on, am I audible? Yeah. It depends on who you ask, who's the superhero. If you ask the people who are implementing these tools, they like you said, grilled or sandwiched, all of that. They would experience all of that. And also the managers who have to enforce these systems across the organization, they would also face a similar challenge. I was reading some phrase related to IRMA, and I read something about, what's that, making an elephant dance or something like that? Is that an expression that you guys are familiar with? It's not an easy task. So with HR systems, do you guys like systems and policies? Structures? You like it? Seriously? if your professors were not in this room, would you still say you like it? You would most likely. So humans are naturally wired not to like systems and processes because it creates barriers and all of that. So I typically find that while it's a necessary part of it, it's very hard to implement. I've tried building my own HR tools. Then I realized you're not supposed to do that. There are tools that are available. You can buy it and you can customize it to your needs. Then in the current organization, for about 35 countries, we had to set up SAP systems. It was during COVID times, so naturally we had to work all the way till 3 o'clock at night. The same sugarcane story, if I can continue. It is extremely hard to implement, but then the superhero comes out after 3 or 5 years. When you have data, when let's say you're working with a bank or when you're working with, let's say, a certain agency and they're asking you for data, your HR system comes into play. Also, companies have better control over their people in terms of how many logins, how many hours, your performance management system. All of that gives managers and the organization better control and visibility, which helps them make informed decisions. That's one side. So if I had to break it down, one side is data and control, and the other side, from the employee benefit side, it's the experience. Imagine going to an organization where you have to go talk to your boss all the time for a leave application, or let's say if you want a salary advance, or if you want anything. It just creates barriers. So employee experience is also quite crucial in terms of learning, in terms of the survey that someone mentioned here, all of that to make you feel comfortable in the workplace. So you can break it down into these two parts, and a good system will be an integrated system. And I see that in everything, like organizations are also coming together, there are mergers and acquisitions. People earlier had multiple systems for everything, now they are trying to consolidate because they don't want to create confusion and multiple logins and data is not in sync. We also work with farmers, and there I see data gathering is even more difficult. So even at that point in time, you have to always think about how do I reduce the number of steps to make it easy for the farmer to feed data or provide us data. So I see that the hero doesn't emerge immediately. Initially, the hero is villainized, and after a few years, when you see that everyone has come into this change, and you're able to support businesses, you're able to support agencies, and you're able to make informed decisions, then somebody says, oh, that's a great system, I'm glad we invested in it 3 or 5 years ago. So that's how I see it. It starts off as a villain in my case.
Right. And gradually transforms and becomes a hero. Okay, that shift in identity happens. Let me move on to something which is more of a pressing question for a lot of us sitting inside this room. Has there been a change in the perception of talent, how it was seen perhaps a decade or more than a decade back, and how it is seen today? When I am talking about talent, I am also combining it with the very idea of career. It is no more a lifelong sequence of jobs wherein a person is likely to be getting into one kind of role and then perhaps getting few promotions and then moving out from the same organization, superannuating from there. How has this entire understanding of talent and understanding of career that has changed? If that has changed, then what kind of response does this changed understanding of talent and career receive from managers, from the organization? So if you can go one by one on this and talk a little bit about the changing understanding of talent and career. Mandeep.
So you are very right that there has been a change. Earlier, people used to join an organization and retire from that organization. We have seen our fathers and that generation doing that. And at that time, it used to be either they were subject matter experts of a particular field, even if they changed jobs. For example, a marketing professional will be in marketing field throughout his career, even if he changes jobs. But now, rather than subject matter expert, as a hiring manager, as a recruitment manager, I'll see the attitude of the person. We have talked a lot about flexibility and continuous upskilling. So, but when I interact with that person, his small little habits, means it's not possible in 1 hour interaction or half an hour interaction. Is he open to that change? What kind of attitude he is having about the new learning or the new areas of work? So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect is nowadays the organization like professional services organization, or this will be true even for development sector organizations, they don't hire all their experts as full-time experts. So there is a mixed or hybrid model. One is you will have few full-time experts which over a period of time will become leaders, or I'll say they will upskill themselves, they will be flexible, they'll change as per the systems and processes. And then there will be other types of workers wherein a subject matter expert will come, say, only for a project. This is one of the examples, that you have a project for 1 year with a client. So you want that expert only for that 1 year. So you'll hire him for 1 year. So there are 11 months contracts in the industry. Then there is a third kind of contract wherein the subject matter expert is at the same time working with multiple organizations. So for one project, he is giving only 5 days a month, for an example. So he is being paid for only 5 days. So that is another kind of talent for me. Then the fourth category is that there are specialized organizations. For example, if there is a study in the development sector wherein you have a survey and then you have to do analytics, data gathering and everything. So instead of sending highly paid workers for the survey, I would like to have few surveyors. But I can't hire surveyors full time because this survey is going to go only for 3 months. And I'm not in a position to hire people, multiple people, say 100 surveyors for 3 months. So I'll go to a survey agency. So wherein the entire database or the entire systems like handheld devices and everything will be provided by me, but their surveyors will collate that information. The training of these surveyors will also be done by my team. So there is this mixed kind of talent which is emerging. And this is not true for professional services firms. A lot of other organizations have also started using these kind of experts. Especially, you have seen this in IT. No one hires for an IT system, for deployment of an IT system, a full-fledged team. They hire some external experts, get it done, and then only to maintain that they have 1 or 2 experts. So this is how I see it.
Thank you. Thank you for beautifully unpacking it for us. Before I move on to you, Senthil, I have a follow-up question here, Mandeep. Because you have talked about that, well, if I require an expert to be working on a particular project, I will have him or her for about some time or for the duration of the project. And then perhaps the person goes back and kind of works with another PSF or perhaps with me on some other project. Now, my question is, if I were to hire somebody who specializes in, and perhaps some of them are going to do that, who specializes after working in a particular domain for a few years, he or she specializes in, say, climate change, and for a requirement that comes up in a professional service firm, he or she gets hired there as an expert for a few months. How fulfilling that particular career is going to be for them, because that is something that might also come to their mind, that perhaps if I were to get engaged as an expert, is it something which is fulfilling for me? Do I have to again go for job hunting after 11 months because that particular position of a climate change expert for a particular client is going to end? So just a follow-up question and then I'll move on to you.
There would be issues in that, you are right. But this happens only once a person has spent a few years in the industry. This can't happen at the start of the career. So once that person has spent few years in the industry, he has a network. He is connected to various professional services firms or development sector organizations. I'll give you a very practical example. So if I am connected to an expert who has, say, spent 10 or 15 years in the health sector, for an example, so that person, 99% of in the cases, will be connected to other big 4 entities. He'll be connected to other similar firms. Now there are, I think, 10, 12 such firms in the country. So most of the people will know him, that this person has spent 8 to 10 years in the industry. So he is available for these kind of works. And in these cases, what happens that person can continue to work in the organization for full time also, but it is most of the times by choice. That he is a kind of person who only wants to work on a specific project because of maybe his other commitments or the kind of person he is. So that also depends. Plus, once you have spent a substantial time, then that challenge reduces a lot. that fulfillment, then it's there, I will say. Because then you will be at single point of time, you might be working in 10 different projects. So even if you are earning, say, in a year you are earning for, say, 8 to 10 months only, you will earn that much that it will compensate for the rest of the 2 or 3 months.
Thank you. Over to you, Senthil, on the idea of talent and career that it has
I
changed.
think that's brilliantly been answered by Mandeep. And yeah, so see that talent and career, like different organizations look at, when I say different organization, different group of organizations. Okay, so coming to the government, where I was part of there. So government way of looking at it is very, very standard, very, very rules driven kind of like, and if I say government, all the, we can also include the PSUs too there. So, like I was part of PSU, that's like rules. When I say rules driven, it's already written, clearly written, okay, this is the set of people we want, this is how we recruit them, this is how we have to have them. And then the career path is also, it's year bound, okay, mostly. You cross this many years and you will get promoted most of the cases in the initial years, and towards the end, then there is a different scenario that arises. Okay, so coming to the non-government sector, where we are all like have the tendency towards there. So non-government sector operates like a very, I mean, it's a very, what I'm saying is, earlier 10 years ago, and even that it's prevailing there, even the new age NGOs or the not-for-profit organizations, the career is, it's like people are coming there to fulfill the gap like they're having it. Okay, so that is what I could see when I do the review as part of the current role which I do. Whereas the other side, the HR team, when they look forward to the team, so they want a more continuous, more team members to be continuing there, okay. So that, and also the system which not-profits nowadays are having it, okay. So as Mandeep was explaining, it's not more than a 1 year kind of, it's like annually contractual basis, okay. And so that is in the not-for-profit group, okay. So, and government, I'm just switching back to government, like particularly in the ministry it started and it's also moved to the state governments. So they can't go back to the hiring the employees, the rule driven and all. So now they have, like last 6-7 years or last decade we can use. So the new avatar of taking the resources is hiring a professional services firm and through which the resources are being taken. So in this way, government is able to take the resources what they want, and what are the specialized resources, it is for a 6 months, 1 year, and it's or 3 years, whatever it is. So that's how government sees to fulfill the gap which they feel. So whereas the team which is joining there through the professional services team agencies, they might feel that, okay, the career path, what they have in mind may not have, so they will jump and all those things that will continue, that continue to happen. So that is one on the government side. Coming to the corporate or the industry, what they see as like, the industry sees like a continuous structure, like even including the PSUs as well. So they want the people to be there so that they take the baton to the thing. And that's why in the second session, what we discussed, L&D, the investing on L&D is to happen. So from entering the employees or the joining new employees, they also tend to see in the initial days, but the number of years which they envision themselves to be there in the company is getting down. Like it's not that no longer, or like they wanted to be there in the company forever, right? That's definitely not there. It's maximum of 3 to 5 years is what, so to gain the experience, to gain the skill sets, to gain that one, so they done that. That is how people come nowadays, okay? So when we has recruiting as a manager or whatever it is. So we could see the trend across, okay. So I don't see anything wrong in it. So because there is always a, what do you call, the justification from the other side, from the employee's end. So that is one thing which I wanted to say here. And then there is another thing which is emerging more in the recent days is the freelancing way, okay. So freelancing is nowadays, it's like, no one is bothered about. I would say even going out of the colleges, immediately they are also starting freelancing, because everything is knowledge is available in the web. So people gain the knowledge, and experience may not be there, but still they make it up. Okay, so that is how I could see. And freelancing, the people who have that one, the justification or the satisfaction is, okay, I wanted to have this much, I got it, and I have the bandwidth what I wanted to have, and then my own hobbies and the passion is what I wanted to have it. So that is the trend emerging out. That's what we could see from the people. So as an employer, we are also happy hiring certain roles. It could be a very specialized role, as he was telling about. It could be a very statistician role. We don't want a statistician continue to be employed with us. Okay, so but for that project or for the particular days of the projects, that's how the UN systems also employing a few number of days specific roles. So there are enough number of freelancers are also available these days. Okay, so these are the few points which I thought, like career and talent, we could see emerging out from an industry perspective.
Bini, over to you. But I would like to kind of add one more part to this question. Is when it comes to, and we do understand that people would want to change very quickly from one job to another job, which has also kind of earned a badge to this generation, which is that of a job hopper. Does it make their life difficult to find a breakthrough when they were to change the career ladder? So for instance, I was there in procurement for a while, but now I want to move into growth, or I want to move into marketing. Will it become very, very difficult for someone? Or if you were to look at their profile as somebody who is talent sourcer in your company, would it become very difficult for you to kind of offer them a role?
So it's an interesting question, but the perception would vary depending on who is the hiring manager. The hiring manager, if let's say is a very old school person who himself or herself spent, like me in my first company, I spent 11.5 years, then they would want others to go through the same misery that they would have gone through, and they would say that I need people who worked for 7 years or 10 years. But if you look at the industry average lately, it's about 2 years, 2.5 years is the average. Is it good enough time to grow in that particular space? Not enough. But lately, I think this is a generation that does the vibe check. No, you guys check the vibe. Are we vibing or not? So if the organization doesn't vibe with you or the department doesn't vibe with you, you switch. In my opinion, it is okay. But if it is so frequent, like 6 months and 1 year, then you're not going to gain anything out of it, because the first year is going to be you're learning the ropes. Second year is the experience. So within 2 years, if you keep hopping, then you would not have any depth at all. So I would say it depends on who is hiring. But otherwise, around 2-3 years should be fine in an organization that's looking for young people. Because if you see, organizations want reverse mentors. Everybody has reached a senior level. They don't understand AI. Forget AI. Some people don't understand how to use PowerPoint. If you see some bosses, when they're working on a confidential file, and if someone walks into the room, they'll shut down the entire laptop. They don't know Windows and D. If you teach them Windows and D, they'll look at you like you're a magician. How did you magically make all my files on the screen disappear? So reverse mentoring is something that people are looking for. People are looking for fungible talent. In MBA, you learn so many different streams that you can fit in. You're like the SWAT team in an organization. You can be put in any critical project and you will still survive. So if organizations are looking for such talent, young, vibrant, fungible talent, or reverse mentors, those kind of roles, then they would thrive. But if an organization is looking for another cog in the wheel, that you're another brick on the wall, then they will want somebody who will spend money to make that organization rich, perhaps not necessarily your career. So I've taken a whole different stance. Yeah. Because if you ask me to go back in time, I would not spend 11.5 years in that first company. I would absolutely not. So after that, I made sure that I get opportunities where I can speed up or I get the right kind of experience. So in this current company, I've spent 7 years, especially because I can see growth. I can see that I'm getting exposure in so many different areas. So either you earn or you learn. If both of them are not happening, it's not vibing. Sorry? You churn. Oh, brilliant, yeah. So either you earn or learn, otherwise you churn. Yeah.
Staying with you, Bini, how soon one should be finding their calling? So for instance, after having spent, say, about a decade in a company, someone realizes that, well, this is not something that was meant for me, and hence I'll go blogging, or hence I'll become an Insta influencer of sorts. So how soon one should be finding that calling? Is there something like, well, if you were to discover it soon, rather than failing fast and rather than kind of waiting for entering into your 40s and 50s. Right. And that's when you get to realize that, well, whatever I did in past 20, 25 years was not worth it. So how soon that should be happening?
This is a good question. I, in fact, wrote it down as well. Part of my role is also coaching senior leaders. And you'd be surprised. There are so many people who, after 20, 25 years of experience, they ask you, did I make the wrong choice of career? They have that feeling that they've made the wrong choice of career. They followed the herd. And this is a difference that I see between India and, let's say, Europe. Perhaps not all countries, but Europeans, they follow purpose. I see Indians, we follow our neighbors. Like in my generation, it was, if you didn't do medical or engineering, you're doomed. In your generation, it is MBA. If you don't do MBA, then they feel that you're doomed. And then I've done this exercise in so many colleges where I've done like a quick survey of Ikigai. You know the concept of Ikigai, right? Finding your purpose, your raison d'etre or whatever it is. And you'd be surprised to see what people write. People want to become writers. People want to become restaurateurs, chefs. They want to get into sports. They have so many dreams, but then they follow somebody else's dream. And I don't think there is a time. You can be 65 and still figure out your purpose, but you should always try and find your purpose. That doesn't mean that you keep switching. I think that the keep switching thing is the one that's giving bad reputation. Let's say 6 months, 1 year, at least 2 years, but try and find your purpose at any given point in time. There are exercises that you can do to figure out your purpose, but you're too young to figure out your purpose. You may not know it right now. I thought that I'm going to become a tattoo artist or a musician. I would have been a disaster at it. It was an absolute poor choice. So my purpose came in as an accident because I tried different things. So unless you try different things, you might not find your purpose, and sometimes it will hit you very late. But you should take the plunge whenever it happens. Those windows of opportunities don't come all the time. Yeah. So when it vibes, then you take the plunge.
But just to add on, the senior leaders, what you described, that they are now thinking that did we make the wrong decisions? But that may be midlife crisis also. So that they actually wanted to do something else may not be true. In many cases, I'll say, maybe in more than 50% of the cases, whatever you do in your life, because see, till we are in college, what we think? We only think about our placement. How life is beyond that, no one tells us. Even all our movies, they end. What is that happy ending? That your family is settled, you are married. But what after that? That is the real life. So in that life, whatever career, whatever profession you choose, after 15, 20 years, you will feel this, that did I do the right thing? Especially, means in most of the cases, people like us, after 15, 20 years, they'll have a house, they'll have a car, they'll have a good family. Now what after that? So that is midlife crisis also in many cases. So what I feel that if you want to try something different, try it early, fail early. So that's what my thought is. It may not be true in every case, because we have very famous example of this KFC. Yeah. He started, I think, at the age of 65. And many people, we have examples of IRMANs also. So I think 2 days back, you might have seen on LinkedIn, Mr. Nitin Puri, he is an IRMAN, he got a funding. So he started his organization only, I think, 1 year back. So he is, I think, around 10 years senior to me. So there are examples of that also. But if everyone starts feeling after 20 years, then that is, in most of the cases, midlife crisis.
Yeah, and actually lately there's quarter life crisis as well. No, I'm not even kidding. It's an actual thing. You can Google it. It's an actual thing, because lately what's happening is, especially the youngsters, they're not even getting mentorship opportunities. Our generation, we had our seniors who would spend time to invest in you. Right now, you don't even have people. Why do you think companies are reluctant to take youngsters? Because they have to invest time. and nobody has time. And even if you invest time, after 1 or 2 years, you are anyway leaving. So why do you hire such people? So then people are reaching this quarter life crisis, then they try all possible things, making candles, making soaps, all of that. I agree with you, don't get into that kind of a situation. Try to find your purpose, or an alternate to that would be not to make work your identity. Because a lot of us, what happens is we make work our identity, and after a while when the job title goes away or when that position is taken away, you're devastated. You're absolutely distraught. So instead of that, what you can do is find a source for money, find a source for your happiness differently. Let's say you've done your MBA, you get a good job, you make a lot of money, you can still have all of your hobbies and still be happy. In the pursuit of happiness, don't lose everything and start making candles. I'm not saying making candles is wrong. Please make candles. but you can't say my purpose in life is to make candles.
And also to add to it, if you, there is also this saying that if you make your passion your job, then you will start hating that also. Because we hate our work in the long run. No one wants to work basically. So you have to be mindful of that also.
He has changed the perception about the work itself.
Okay, got something to add, Senthil?
It's not as bad as it's been portrayed, but guys, it's not okay. There is like a friend of mine who is based in Chennai. So we all studied together, and all of a sudden he took it. I mean, when he was talking about making candles, but he didn't make candles. What he decided is to do he was very good in photography, but he decided to do a pre-wedding shoot photography, right, which is very premium and stuff like that. And he got into that particular profession. Now he's doing much better than us. So, I mean, it doesn't matter, as everyone says, no? So it doesn't matter which engineering or which professional courses we are going through. But once we clear that path and once we get it through, nowadays it's even more quicker. That's what it was not that times. It was pretty difficult and pretty riskier. Now nobody bothers that. That is one thing. And yes, there is one more aspect which might be impacting us in this room is the fees what it is being paid, right? So that is something like maybe kind of hurdle in attending to the calling, right? So perhaps like there are guys who have taken that whatever the loans, but still they have taken the risk. Okay, so it's not that only in IRMA it's going not to happen. So that depends on the risk appetite people, the participants or the individual who is having it. Okay, so that's what the examples what we've gone through is saying about. Okay, it's not that everyone is for crossing that 40, 50 or 20. I mean whatever it is, but the right time is that depends on the individual.
Yeah, but there is another aspect. Sorry, I'm adding that. There is another aspect. We'll also have to see the percentage of people who are successful in the alternate career. So we don't have that data. If 100 people tried, maybe all 100 failed. Maybe 1 out of 1,000 only got successful. So we have to be mindful of these aspects. So I'm being very clear and upfront.
Yeah, I think you would have heard Zerodha's CEO talk about it, right? That 99% fails. Only the 1% guys make those YouTube videos and all of that. But the good thing is, I think we live in a world today which we didn't have access to, where you can succeed in anything. If you're the best at something, you could make travel videos, you could make food videos, you could do anything. And if you're the best at it, because the market is so open, and it's also global economy right now, be it for jobs, be it for your products, you can sell it anywhere across the world. So if you truly believe in something, your like let's say your student loan plus some pocket money or whatever, you can still make it. It's not really that hard. In fact, you'll have a better head start than starting in a corporate job sometimes.
But
it
try
depends on
it
how
early.
good you are.
Try it early.
Yeah, because the later you try, you have more responsibilities. You're not alone. You have a family, and it hits you harder when you try later.
Now, more specific to the professional service firms, what is the current composition of teams that you kind of work with, or the composition of the team that works under you? Is it kind of very homogeneous? If there is heterogeneity, what kind of heterogeneity is it? What characterizes it, and what are the challenges that you kind of keep coming across when you manage these teams in PSF? So if you can shed some light on that.
So in big professional services firms, there are different teams for different sectors. For example, I'm part of agri and food consulting team. Then there would be, say, a social sector consulting. There would be an energy sector consulting team. So we have different teams. But one particular manager would be, in most of the cases, be managing teams which will be more or less homogeneous. And if there is a project or there is an assignment where he needs different subject matter experts, then the project specific teams will be made up by taking people from either other teams or, as I told earlier, on short-term roles. And then he has to manage those teams. But the continuous reporting team would be normally a homogeneous team. But project specific teams will keep on changing. Now, there it's challenging both for team members as well as managers, because the culture these days in organization is more of team driven culture, I will say. So although there may be HR policies, documentation, whatever the human resource team is doing, but a particular manager will have a particular style of working. So for especially for youngsters, they should be aware about the work style of a manager. And whenever they are joining a new organization, they should get this information, because that can become difficult for both for you as well as for that manager. Because I am aware about the industry. So I know a particular person who is managing a very big team in one particular sector. Now, in that team, there is a culture that every day the call is scheduled at 12 a.m. in the night. Okay. So not 12 p.m. afternoon, but 12 a.m. in the night. Then call is for 1 hour, and then in the morning you have to give your deliverable. Now, that organization, they pay normally 40 to 50% higher than the market. Okay, so if you are not aware about the culture of that particular team, I'm not talking about any particular organization, but a particular team and a particular manager. Now, if you're not aware about that manager and you join that particular team because they're paying you 40% higher salary, you will not be able to leave that firm, and you will be in a continuous grind, and you will go into depression. Because they're paying 40% higher than the market, you can't go back to other organizations because the salary will be lower. Now we have this thought in our mind that we'll change only if we get higher salary. So you will be stuck there. So there it will become difficult for that manager also and for you also. So you should be aware about what kind of team you are going into it. These days, because of online resources, because of our network, because of your seniors, juniors, you can get this information easily. So sorry, I slightly diverted from
that
your
is
question.
That is very useful piece, because you are perhaps also giving out a cheat code to the participants here.
Right.
That when you are joining an organization, learn more about the team, learn more about the manager.
Yes.
So that also gives you a kind of jack or a...
That's very relevant point.
Yeah.
Normally we don't do it. We know that it's a big organization, big brand, it's a great place to work, certified organization, but we don't inquire about the particular manager. And the culture for you is that manager. For you, whatever may be the organization culture, whatever may be the flexibility policy, but if that manager is not okay to give you that flexibility, then even if the organization is promoting 100% flexibility, you will have to go to office daily without work also.
Okay, right. That's very valuable. Senthil, would you like to pick from here and talk about teams and challenges?
I thought it is there ever since. So I can go back to my IRMA placement days. So the thing is, you pick your manager, right? That is what we have been when we were I was part of that zero today. Then we called the NGOs, and then that time. So the interview was in fact, apparently she is also an airman. So she asked Senthil, you tell me, clarify who is the interviewer this side. Whether you are interviewing me or I am doing that. So anyway, so the point here is to answer your question, Professor Fonte, we have to choose our manager, okay? It's irrespective of the brand, organization, whatever it is going to be. Because at the end of the day, it's like the initial 2 years, 3 years, we have we are going to be working with that person, right? So that person could, I was telling someone else, like, we should see the mentor in, so if that is missing, then it will be like difficult times you have to face it, okay? So I could recall, I mean, one of the recent hires, I don't want to name the thing again. The point here is the person joined us and he could not see the, what you call, there is a alignment, right? What is the aspiration the person wanted to be and what has been, we have been doing it. So perhaps we are all working with the social sector organizations and the expectations to be working with the corporate sector. So there is a kind of alignment mismatch. So he could not continue. So it's easy to figure it out, but it will take some time, okay? So to avoid that, so the person whomsoever is done, to do a bit more research on the managers. Nowadays within the LinkedIn things, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be tough at all. Okay, so the other point which you are referring to on the composition of team on the professional services, and as I was telling, like, so if you name it, you will get a team working in that one. Okay, so that is the beauty of professional services firm these days. So any service, okay, so it started as many of the firms started as audit services, but it has gone beyond that. Okay, so it could be like ranging from the climate change, or you will have it in agriculture, whatever, like every sectoral whatever there, so there will be a specialized team, and then there will be a generalist available there. Okay, so over the days, they will gain that specialization. So I've seen chartered accountants specialized as health sector professionals. Okay, chartered accountants specialized in health sector, and so is the case with chartered accountants, data analytic experts. Okay, so I'm managing the entire data analytics vertical. So that is there, and we have certain specialized coming in part of the team, and then that strengthens this team. Okay, so so composition of the team within professional services, it's expected is diversified, but there will be few team members carrying that expertise required for that particular. When I say vertical, and for example, the service, what I do is monitoring and evaluation, which is generalistic by nature, it's sector agnostic. So, so eventually what is happening is the sector like education or livelihoods or whatever it is. So we do that evaluation, we pick up that specialization in that, okay? So that grows over the time, okay? So that happens with the organization as well in the professional services firm, okay?
And just to add one small point, there is also this concept of, for you, the concept of manager for a new joinee. There is a concept of people manager and project manager also in many organizations. So you have a people manager whom you are directly reporting to. But in that particular team, there may be different projects ongoing at a particular time, and your people manager may not have a project where he can deploy you. So then there will be some other project manager who will deploy you for 4 months. So your annual performance will be reviewed by your people manager, but you will work with, say, 3 different project managers in a year. So this is also how the composition happens.
Vinny, I am throwing a surprise at you. So wanted to understand from you that when the new generation or the first timers, the freshers enter into the jobs, and then when they start working in team, what is the tolerance level of a manager after which the manager will say, stop it, yes, I don't want to hear, I don't want to see this report from you. So what is the general tolerance level, if you can kind of give it on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 being the very highest tolerance level and 1 being the lowest tolerance level? If you have had general observation around this, what is the tolerance level for newcomer not turning up the correct work on time to you?
So I'm going to steal a bit of their answer as well. It ultimately depends on the manager. If you get a good manager, I think it will catapult your career. Their tolerance level is high. They don't mind teaching you over and over again. But there are, so it's been this is going to be my 21st year working, and I started quite early as well. And I don't see too many of that type of managers who are willing to invest in people, because their tolerance is also lower, and the organizations have also become more demanding. They want growth, they want money, they want all of that performance. So the manager is under stress from the top, and the manager is also under stress from the bottom. They're crushed in between. Because stress from the bottom, because he or she has to manage people's expectations as well. So they're crushed from the middle, and very few managers have the tolerance to manage both of these and still continue to support. I'm not saying they are not there, but there are few. And if during an interview, if you feel that interviewer, the manager, hiring manager, has the capacity to teach you, I think you should just grab that opportunity. But there are plenty of people who lose tolerance, especially because I think it's a generational change. So every 15 or 20 years, when I joined the workforce, I still remember, I remember talking to the person who was my buddy, saying, how did you manage to stay in this company for 2.5 years? How many years did I end up staying there? 11.5 years after that. And then they used to complain about us, saying this generation is very casual and all that. And now you're in the next generation with the Gen X bosses or millennial bosses, and they feel that these youngsters are not as hardworking as us. Because it's a generational change, almost like a 15-20 year leap. If you had joined, if there was a 5-year gap, you're still like, okay. But this is a generational change, and I see that very few people have the tolerance. But with age, it will still be fine. You will also say the same thing. You will be here someday, and you'll ask similar questions. And then the next generation, which is what, Gen Alpha, they don't care. They don't care about money. They don't care about anything. You give them an iPhone, they look at it, keep it back. Yeah. And then you have the next generation also coming up after.
Quickly, I want to pick your thoughts again on this one. Is there a genuine suspicion that the earlier generation has on the following, on the subsequent generation? Is there a genuine suspicion, or that suspicion is more to do with, well, you are 15 years, 20 years after me? Is that the reason, or it is something which is more legitimate, more genuine?
So
picking your thoughts, just maybe 30 seconds on that.
I might turn the question around to the professors here as well, because I see that the whole concept of generational differences, in my opinion, is also a myth. Because if you see within your own cohort as well, you will see some people are hardworking, some people want to loaf around a little bit, some people are forced to take this up because it's a guaranteed job, some people were forced into it because it looks good on your profile and maybe better marriage material as well. So all of that, right? So you will find all types of people, and I feel it's not just generational, I think it is also the changing times. I was talking to a professor on strategy and economic situations and all that. If you see, when we started, they were still okay. I mean, there was not a lot of pressure to perform at this level. But right now, India is growing, so there is, when there is an opportunity for growth, then all the capitalists at the top will start pushing down. That's why you have 70-hour work weeks, 90-hour work week commons, Saturday, Sunday is a Western concept. All of this is coming because there is growth opportunity. And there's a lot of pressure to perform. I feel it is primarily coming from there. That's just my perspective. The generational part might also be true, but I think it's more so driven by the current state of affairs in the world.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm already getting alerts regarding that. Well, we are about to close in a few minutes' time. I have this question to two gentlemen sitting on my right here on what are the career opportunities for IRMA graduates in the consulting space? Do you see that, well, there is a right fit, there is a happy combination that IRMA graduates can provide in the consulting space, in the PSFs especially, if you can shed light on that, both of you, Senthil and
definitely.
Andy.
Means, in my team, apart from me, there are 2 more IRMANs who are working with me. And there were few IRMANs who earlier worked in my team, and they have now moved to different organizations. I feel that there is a lot of potential. The only thing is that you should be aware that what kind of work we do and what kind of life we live as professional services firms. So what Bini was rightly saying, that there is this discussion about 70 hours, 90 hours work week. That is, I feel, professional services firms are rather infamous for long working hours. But after spending 10 years in a professional services firm, what I can say is, if you work 40 hours a week, that is more than sufficient. More than sufficient. But 40 hours means dedicatedly working on 40 hours. It should not be that out of these 40 hours you are counting 10 hours you spend time on traveling, 5 hours you spend time on talking to someone in your team, then your tea breaks, coffee breaks, sutta breaks. So then obviously you'll have to work 90 hours. So if you're doing all these kind of things, but 40 hours is more than enough provided you dedicatedly spend those 40 hours. And please be aware that what kind of work we do. As professional services firm, there are always ups and downs in the working hours. So suppose if we are working on a project, many times we work with government agencies, multilateral agencies, and there are deadlines by the government. Now if government is your client and there is a deadline, you can't skip that deadline even if you don't have time. Okay, so I remember a time, so it's a very personal example. So when my younger son was born, so I was working on one assignment, there was a deliverable. So for 10-15 days, after his birth, I could not spend much time with him because my elder son was also there. And my work also was like that, I was enjoying it. Okay, so my mother-in-law was thinking that because I wanted a girl, that's why I'm not spending time with my younger son. But that was the phase of the work. Those 15 days were very important because there was a deadline by the government and government is our client. And based on that work, then for next 3 or 4 years, my growth was ensured, my business was ensured. So, but that was a phase. That will not be for the entire year. If that phase is for the entire year, then you should leave that firm immediately. Yeah. So this is what I feel, yeah.
Senthil, your opinion on the role that IRMA grads can play?
Yeah, thank you. I think Mandeep has told his heart, right? So, consulting firm for me is like, it's an accidental. So I didn't want to be there initially. Rather, like, I took the path of like NGO, development sector and stuff like that. And in fact, I ended up in Kashmir with Aga Khan Foundation. So from there, it's like people always say, no, so once you go to development sector, you cannot come to corporate. So that is proven wrong in my case. Okay, so it's like after 15 years of development sector work, so I entered into corporate or consulting. So there is always scope and always scope to grow up the ladder as well. How consulting sees IRMA, or how, in fact, government sees IRMA. I mean, many of the IAS officers have a great, what you call, face value to IRMANs, okay? The moment I say I am from IRMA, okay, because of the fact that of the MDPs, all the faculties of IRMA has given it, hats off to it, and there is a good book in the IAS officers, or I can say with all the IAS officers with whom I have interacted in the past. Okay,
that's true. That happened with me also many years.
Okay, so that is one thing. So in the government space, if you are entering in the consulting for government, absolutely you will have a better edge than the rest. Okay, and the other aspect is it's not IRMA is only offering nowadays the consulting. Like for example, all the big four or the professional services firm go after the IIMs. Okay, so then comes IRMA or other B schools. Okay, so then what happens is, where do we stand? Edges the government services, which I told. Where do we do not have the edges, the typical corporate businesses? Okay, so be it the brand communications or the marketing, and so I'm not very sure where IRMA students are there. But to disprove it again, so we had a partner who was managing the entire technology and transformation within Deloitte, and I was like putting up 25 years in Deloitte, and so he was like one of the outstanding partners there. Okay, so that's also there. So it doesn't matter, but the point is, we were all discussing like catch your calling quicker. So whether it is consulting, what field you want to be there. If you keep on switching, then you may not have that edge of yours. So that is one thing. So the other point is, in social sector consulting, there are multiple other companies, okay, so which gives an edge. So than these bigger professional services. So there you can also try it out. And for example, I was referring to the Dalberg, all those agencies, which is also giving a better decent salary, and then they are also in the social development space, and that is second point. And then third is on the consulting. as Mandeep has put, it is not as rosy picture. Because when I came into the consulting in the midlife, like 15 years after, and then coming here, there was a steep learning curve. And the way we worked in industry or the government, which was completely or almost different than the expectations to be made. To meet that expectations, we have to increase our learning pace, and we have to get into the networking mode and other stuff, which had we gone into IRMA, had we gone immediately out of IRMA, that would have been easier rather than coming into the corporate. That's a difficult thing, but it is not impossible. And so there are a lot of avenues for the IRMANs to enter into the consulting space.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe take liberty of couple of minutes more, Professor Dhansyam, and ask if there are questions coming from the participants. Is there anyone who has a question for the panel for a specific, very punchy question for anyone over here? Yeah, someone will have to pass on the mic.
Sir, good evening, sir. First of all, thank you for this wonderful session. I am Siva Balan from PRM 45. My question is related to how could an HR manager be a superhero for both the organization as well as an employees by empathizing the sentiments of employees as well as meeting the targets of an organization?
It's a good question. I saw the professor looking at me right away because I think he's seen the other side of the world as well. You can't be a hero on both sides. You absolutely cannot. In fact, if I may, I don't know if you guys are HR professionals. No. You're not? Okay, I'm safe then.
There are two definitely sitting over there.
Okay. So you will see that they have one of the hardest jobs. On one side, they have to manage business expectations, which may not necessarily meet employee expectations. And the other side, you have to manage employees. So they are sometimes, it depends on the organizations, sometimes they are the most liked, sometimes they're on the other side. It's a very difficult place to be in. You can't please both all the time. But there are times, I've seen in certain organizations, under certain circumstances, the balance is stricken, but not always.
Okay. I just want to add to a point here. So you are absolutely right. So HR is like even more sandwiched. Okay. So HR always, I mean, we all see HR is doing great and all, but their position is very difficult. Okay. So to please both the sides, but there are very good HR team members who could understand the dynamics of the employee and also the requirements of the industry leads. So they come to the industry lead to tell that, okay, this is impossible, and they put the foot stand. So they clearly spell it out. Okay, so and they tell the leaders, and to go to that extent. If we don't, and these are all happen in a corporate environment, I could witnessed it. So that is also happening. So those superhero heroines are they definitely there in HR particularly. So yes, the difficult time is when the business leaders say, okay, we have to put someone on the PIP, okay, and PIP is performance improvement plan. So before we take anyone out, we would be giving certain time period for them to turn it around. So that's what we PIP face. So that would be the difficulty stage. Like HR has to work with the team member, ensure that the industry, the business team is wrong. Okay, so that is a difficult team, and HR teams have done that as well. Okay, so that is, I'm just batting for you, but it is the fact. Okay, so and this is the fact across all the industries. Okay.
Just one point that I want to add. I remember asking the same question to someone. I think it was an XLRI professor, and he said the role of the HR is to push the business leaders to think socialistic and push the employees to think capitalistic. So you have a role to influence upwards and also downwards. And the ones who are able to balance that, because you're fighting for both sides. You're not fighting for one side. You're trying to find the middle ground. If you do that well, and if you strike that balance, in the process, if you're able to stay sane as well, then you would become a good HR leader.
Yes, please.
Something came to my mind on this question. I think this may put things in perspective regarding the superhero on both sides. there is many corporates follow this, bell curve, 30% outstanding, 60% middle, and then 10 or 5% bottom. So it varies. The top management wants that there should be at least 10% in the bottom, who are put in the bottom. And it should be done because we need to weed out non-performers or the deadwood. But an employee who happens to be bracketed in that 10, bottom 10, it's really stigmatic, And how can I be a non-performer? How can I be in the bottom? Probably does not deserve, he or she does not deserve. But that's the choice that, that is the option. The HR person has to walk that thin line and either put him there or convince the management, no, he does not deserve to be in the bottom. So that I think is an explanation to your answer.
At best, perhaps we can go with one more question. Harsh, is it? Yeah.
Yash.
Yes. Yeah.
So, good morning, good afternoon. I'm Yash. We spent quite a bit of time discussing why it is so important to know who our reporting managers would be. But as the placement cycle happens, we mostly go in blind to who our reporting manager is. What is the second most important thing I should be looking for when I approach for a job?
I'll be more practical. So you listen to your boss for initial at least few months. So if he has spent, say, substantial time in the industry, he knows what he is saying. What happens that when we start questioning from the day one, then you will not vibe there, as he was saying. So listen to him at least for a few months, not for a few days, for a few months. And then even if you're not vibing, then you can take your call. So, one more aspect, it's not directly related to your question, but maybe not covered here. We all were talking about number of hours per week and all that. So I'll suggest if all of you spent first 5 years of your careers giving more number of hours, then in the later part of your career, you can manage to have that flexibility. But if you think of that flexibility from the day one, then you will not be able to get it maybe throughout your career. So first 4 to 5 years, when you have less responsibilities, your initial 1 or 2 years, maybe you are not married also, so you can spend more number of hours. So first 5 years, work hard as much as you can. It should not be beyond 40, 50 hours. Okay? But spend first 5 years dedicatedly. Then you can, if you know your industry then, and if you know your profession, what you are doing, how you want to do it, then you are an expert in that. Then you can manage things, even with less number of hours. So first few months, listen to your boss. First few years, work hard.
Maybe I can tell you all what I do. For the last 15 years, I have an Excel sheet that I maintain, where I've listed down all the skills and experiences that I need. And even in the workplace, because you're not, I think this is, currently a lot of people look for instant gratification. We need to know, during an interview, sometimes people ask, what is my career path here? Sometimes the leaders themselves don't know, because it's a new project that they've got, they don't know. They are also in ambiguity. You're also in ambiguity. So start looking at what skills can I acquire and start solving the problems of your boss. If there are big problems that the organization is facing, it's a great opportunity, not for you to escape from work, but to acquire a skill that could be useful for you later in life. And I agree with Mandeep that if you spend more time initially, you will be in a position where you don't have to work from the office, you can travel around, you can take remote jobs, you can get into gig economy where you can work with your own freedom. You can have vacation for 5-6 months a year, rest of the time you can decide to take the projects that you need. And all that can happen only if you spend time in the trenches, roll up your sleeves, spend time in the trenches, acquire skills. We live in a skills economy right now, so I would say acquire skills.
Pure gold. Thank you so much. I think what Binny was referring to is something which is again a cheat code that you can have. Maybe maintaining a skill inventory, maybe having a scale of sorts or some log or diary of sorts which can tell you that, well, this is where I want to be in next 5 years, or especially the kind of skill sets that I need to acquire, and also keep looking for what is it that my boss is doing, what are the most pressing challenges that my boss is facing. Thank you so much, and we wrap up the panel here, we close the panel here. I thank you, Bini, Senthil and Mandeep so much for your very insightful comments on the questions that I asked over here. Some of those questions were definitely not in the prep sheet. We do not talk about that. I'm sorry for that, but I'm sure the audience sitting here has gained immensely from your experience, from your insights. Thank you so much for being so nice and kind.
Thank you so much, Professor Pandey, and thank you, the kind panelists, for this session. I now request Professor Pandey to kindly felicitate our panelists, starting with Mr. Mandeep Ahuja. Mr. Senthil Rajan. And Mr. Bini Dawson. I request Professor Dhancham to please felicitate Professor Pandey. Right, this brings us to the end of the inaugural IRMA-HR conclave, IRMA-HR summit, Vriddhi. I request Professor Satya Pandey, co-convener of Vriddhi, to please take to the dais and start the valedictory.
Okay, we had a very long and fulfilling day in ways more than one. We got to hear to so many leaders this evening, throughout the day rather, and this is something which also gives us an opportunity to not just interact and learn from them, but also kind of prepare ourselves in multiple ways. I'm sure what you have gathered here is something which is worth several books or worth several hours of learning or reading from the resource that is available online over the internet. As I conclude here, the HR conclave, the Vriddhi IRMA's inaugural edition of HR Summit, the three panel discussions that we have had since morning around the themes like the future of work, which was moderated by Professor Rahul Kamble, that brought us, or that brought out several aspects of future of work. We went into a range of things, right from that, well, how the future of work is going to be looking like, how AI and tech and rest of the things are getting integrated, how gig economy and rest of the things are kind of manifesting in the organization, manifesting for the organizations, to moving on to the second panel when we talked about learning and development outlook of social purpose organization, wherein we again dwelled into several aspects of learning, the importance of learning, the way in which social purpose organizations are responding to it. In the third panel discussion, we talked about that how HR systems are responding to or making the teams more efficient, or what kind of transition or the outlook that is changing towards the career and towards the talent. I'm sure that you have benefited from this, and also kind of you are likely to carry it forward and build it into your own idea or understanding of organization, and idea and understanding of how the workplace is going to be looking for you when you join these organizations, or when you join some of the organization next year and in years to come. This also promises to be, Vriddhi also promises to be a great platform in the coming years, which is going to be benefiting IRMANs in multiple ways. We are very, very thankful to the panelists over here who have joined us since morning, who have come and spared their valuable time throughout the day and talked to us and responded to our questions. It is also something which gives us an opportunity to understand their perspective and prepare our participants better. So some of these things that I picked from the panelists over here since morning, I'm sure and I'm confident that I'm going to be bringing in some of these into the classroom as well. And that is something which is going to be preparing you better when you join the workforce, when you kind of complete this grind at IRMA and kind of move into the workplaces. What I was also discussing over lunch with some of the panelists over here, that well, it happens to be because we are our business school, so to say, in some way or the other, we are also supposed to be a finishing school of sorts. So many of these things which we are doing today is also going to be preparing us for future. So it cannot be looking very, very different from what kind of things you are going to be experiencing in future. Some of these opportunities or the window of opportunity that you get to see either in procurement or in social purpose organization, or for that matter in consulting organizations. Now these windows of opportunities needs to be further investigated. There is a possibility that you can prepare yourself better, seek mentorship from some of the panelists over here, and try and build your profile in a way that prepares you actively for these roles in some of these organizations. I thank everyone who worked behind the stage for this particular summit to reach to this stage, that we can safely say that, well, the foundation has been laid well, and we can keep building a very, very strong strong kind of the legacy of HR Summit here at the Institute. I thank everyone. I thank Professor Dhansyam Mahavadi for the initiative, for also kind of keep talking to me for all the things that came to his mind regarding how we should be kind of organizing this, what kind of effort we should be putting in to kind of bring it to fruition. We are closing it here, but with a greater resolve and with a greater promise that 2026 edition of IRMA-HR Summit is going to be a bigger one and also a better one in many ways. I thank all the panelists. I thank especially the ones who have traveled from far and wide and have been associated with us for a long time, and also the new ones, somebody like Bini, who kind of agreed to be with us throughout the day and helping us with all the ideas and all the kind of dialogues, discussion that we are holding together. I invite all of you to join us for the high tea, wherein you can engage into more conversation about things that we have discussed over here, and we are calling it a day. Thank you everyone for your engagement. Thank you for asking questions and remaining present throughout the day. Thank you.